Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Managed to game played. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tớ Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
EVOS cũng tiếp cận thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Grass also have been taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Cheetah Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs.
Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Manage the gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And the electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tớ Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
Cái boss cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Dwes also have been taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Gina Caroline still doing work.
I understand English, I understand Thailand and they shot good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective, reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path, victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? challenge your limits.
Man, it's the game played. Only question is who will be eliminated first.
And the electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับพี่
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tớ Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
Evox cũng chỉ cạnh thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and that also have been taken out. And now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Cheetah Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day.
Survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Knockout Stage Week 6 Day 1. That was a massive intro, but of course much deserving because we are also in the midst of a massive tournament as well. This week we're kicking things off with an amazing casting duo. My name is Dana Lee and I'm going to be joined by the wonderful, the pistachio, AJ. It has been an absolute pleasure to cast with you today. I know we're a little ahead of myself, AJ, but I love casting with you. I think we make a really good pair.
We most definitely do. It has been a long time, Danny, and I think we're going to be able to rock it today as well. It is the start to the final week of Phase 2, which means no longer do we have a grand finals day every single day, right, for Phase 2. Today, this week is going to be a little bit different. 3 days, 12 teams will play because these are the only 12 remaining teams who have not found the qualified to the finals just yet. And at the end of the 3 days, at the end of 18 matches, the top 6 teams will proceed to the finals. The bottom 6 will get eliminated from the competition. I am so in love with the brand new format. Teams get to hang on for quite long before the grand final.
Yeah, and essentially it's a last hurrah, AJ, because if you mess up here, you've messed up the entire tournament. So let's see where things are going to be kicking off today because, you know, you kind of want a great start. Speaking of great starts, we do have our own predictions, AJ. So walk me through your predictions for today.
Inconsequential predictions. These are only there because production keeps forcing me to give my predictions. I hate giving predictions. I hate predicting what's going to happen out there to these teams. I think it is a huge disservice to predict who's going to be able to dominate out there, but just for fun, all right? This is just for fun for myself. I think EVOS has a great chance of going out there dominating. We've seen, you know, some flashes of brilliance from Visaka Srivijaya, WAG during Clash Squad as well. They proved that they really have got what it takes when it comes to the gunfights. And today, I think that momentum is going to carry on for them. But inconsequential from a perspective of, even if you are at that number 1 spot by the end of today, it does not mean you're necessarily going to qualify by the end of the 3 days.
Yeah, so just very quickly, my predictions obviously was EVOS, PE Sports, and GOW. So EVOS, I think we're on the same wavelength. We really think this team is going to make it through. PE Sports, I feel like this is a team that has potential to make it through. They've just got to find their footing for these next 3 days. And GOW, I think this is an underdog team. I really think they have the capabilities of making it through. They've just got to find, just like PE Sports, they've got to find their footing and find some kind of stability in these next up-and-coming games because we've seen them when they have a great day, it's a great day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, one of the big motivation for all of these teams, no doubt the prize pool, 100K, if you do hit that #1 spot, to walk away with $100,000 US dollars in your pocket is just massive. And of course, this is the tournament timeline. We are on the final week of the run here for the knockout stage. After this week, it is grand finals, baby, but it's not going to happen immediately. They'll have to wait. We're going to take a long break. 13th and the 14th of June. 13th will be for Clash Squad, 14th for Battle Royale.
Yeah, so massive preparation phase, but I kind of like this because teams have 2 weeks to really solidify their rosters for that grand final, for whoever has already qualified. So as you guys can see, we're kind of walking you through the tournament format. Most of this is basically done. We've done the majority of this. We're just in that final week until we do hit that grand final. So really exciting times, AJ. I think during this final week, do you feel like we might be in the midst of maybe seeing a couple of dark horses really starting to show their stuff? Because I feel like in tournaments, there's always going to be like that 1 or 2 teams where they don't look great at the beginning of the tournament, but later on, it's almost like they just wake up after hibernating for so long.
Yeah, because of the brand new format of the competition, Phase 2 has taken away the big hitters, right? The top 6 teams that will be able to pull away the most number of points, will be able to really mess with other people's gameplay. They are out of the race already. In fact, not out of the race, they have managed to qualify for the finals. So this is where you get to see the mid-card teams really go out there and have a potential to dominate. And the lower tier teams do have a chance against the mid-card teams. It's all about who's bringing out their best in here today, tomorrow, and the following Sunday. So yeah, I think it's going to be underdogs galore. I'm expecting to see everybody pop off.
Yeah. Do you feel like the addition of the new map might have thrown a couple of teams off?
I mean, it definitely threw me off. It threw me off from the perspective. Threw me off from a perspective of, you just don't know what to expect from the terrain. You don't know exactly where to instantly rotate and find a safer spot in each and every single compound. And I think that has been a big game changer, but there's a very good way to counter that. All you need to do is just make sure you are prepared for battle, because those glue walls are going to come in handy. These active, unique skills, unique active skills will come in really handy as well. It's all about managing that battle on the go, right? And I think many of these teams are playing at a level where they are able to do that. So in the overall grand scheme of things, for a noob like me, yeah, it's a problem. For the pros, I don't think it's a very big factor.
Yeah, but the thing is, how many pros are maybe left in the pool now, right? Because as you said, a lot of the top dogs, they're not here anymore. They've already qualified. It's really just everyone else fighting for scraps for the final slots to make it into that grand final. It's a very tense moment.
Every single team in this competition, they are all pros, all right? 18 top dogs in Southeast Asia are here. So yeah, I mean, I'll still count them as pros for now.
I mean, they're still in, so sure. I mean, we're not in, so where do we stand in this rat race?
I don't think we will ever be able to get
We're not even a dog. We're not even a dog in this race.
Not even a dog.
Oh
in
boy.
This race. But of course, you've got your LBS in here, your live broadcast situation, or whatever that S stands for. I call it the LBC, all right? The live broadcast challenge. Today, I don't know who's going to be in the live broadcast challenge, but I'm quite interested to see exactly what's the challenge going to be at the end, because it's always been super hilarious. But today's team list, and you'll be seeing the exact same list for today, tomorrow, and Sunday. CRM EWAS, Expand, Flash, JOW, Heavy, PE Sports, Todak, Vasaka Srivijaya, Vamos, WAG, as well as Onyx. Once again, the top 6 teams, the top hitters, are all out of the way. Now these boys get to show us exactly what they're made of.
I hope we're in for some surprises today, AJ, because I think we're also used to seeing the same formula of like, oh, it's the same top teams getting the booyah, winning a lot of these rounds, but now we're starting to see some of these other teams coming through, and you don't have the big dogs here. I'm kind of keen to see like what kind of craziness is going to be coming up into today's matches, because it's not going to be a case of like, oh, it's Buriram, they've run into this team, okay, they're probably going to win this 99% out of the time. Now it's going to be that X factor of, okay, these teams probably a little bit closer in terms of skill level, means that there's a lot more room for error for both sides of these fights. So really, really excited to see if there's maybe something that hasn't been shown yet, because again, this is the final week for these teams to make it through. If you mess up here, if you have a bad start on day number 1, that could be the determining factor of you just not making it through. You can't afford to have a bad day, let alone a bad entire day.
Yeah.
AJ.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I think it is a situation where these guys have to go out there and do their very best, right? But thankfully, they have already shown us that they are capable of wrecking even champs. I mean, you know, you brought up a very good example, and that's the prime example. Buriram themselves have faltered to the underdogs many times in the run thus far. I mean, that's a good reason why they were not the first team to qualify for the grand finals. RRQ did. It was a shocker for many, but the bigger shocker was the fact that Buriram is no longer dominating the knockout phase. But then again, it could also be an instant reaction to the fact that everybody now has started calling them the knockout phase champion. But for the grand finals, they seem to be faltering too many times. So I don't know. I like the slightly less aggressive version of Buriram this time round. But yeah, either way, in the grand scheme of things, it's good to have teams like that out. But it doesn't mean we do not have heavy hitters in the top 12 here, right? I think we just saw one heavy hitter. That's EVOS. PE Sports, I mean, these guys are insane, all right? PE Sports is a damn good team that does not understand the meaning of consistency. So when they hit really, really hard.
How dare you insult my boys? I'm rooting for PE Sports today. I see the potential, but I think I do agree. Like the one thing that's really holding this team back is just that consistency. They're just like GAW. You have great games, and then you have not so great games, and you kind of need to limit how many not so great games you have in a day, especially in this stage of the competition. You really want to be aiming for, if you can, consistent top 3, top 4 placements across all of your games to feel confident.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, you could also play a version where you're not aiming for the top 3, but just going super berserk with those eliminations. But that's a very risky maneuver. But we've seen a few teams do that, right? Kind of get taken out in like the 5th spot and still end up in the number 1 spot for that particular game standings, mainly because they were just rampaging the lobby from the very start. Now, WAG, this is the team that, shocked the world yesterday, beating Virtus Pro. That was so phenomenal to see.
Look, does that carry over to today though, AJ? Do you feel like that energy, that motivation, because when you beat a big team morale is going to go up. Do you feel like they're going to be able to keep that momentum going into today's games?
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think they will definitely be able to bring the momentum in, but it's a different game altogether. It's a different mode altogether. And you don't get to buy your guns. You need to depend on Lady Luck to see exactly what you can pick out there. And the LBS for today, the points battle. Which team would reach 50 points first? All right, that's not a crazy level. And I guess the production team's like, all right, calm down, guys. We can't force them to reach 80 because, I don't know when was the last time I saw Vamos at 80.
Actually, this is, I'm actually glad that they did 50 points because this is a very achievable goal. It forces the teams to actually play really well for the first half of today, at least, because it's not a matter of who has more points at the end of the day, right? It's who hits 50 points first. It's a race. So all of a sudden, we're going to start seeing some more pew-pew, AJ, and I'm kind of excited about that.
I don't know. What if neither one hits 50 points? That's a huge probability there.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm assuming if neither hit 50 points, it's probably going to be the team that is closest to 50 at the end of the day.
Yeah,
but
most probably. But I want to punish both of them.
You're going to punish both of them? That could be a thing. We've got to ask production what actually happens. It would be very funny if they both get punished.
Oh, damn. We've got Solara so early in the day here. We're starting things off at Nextera, heading into Solara for Game 2, Purgatory, Alpine for Game 3 and 4, to wrap the day up Bermuda and Kalahari. This is an interesting setup because you're going to have that chaos very early on, so perhaps that is the chaos we require here to kind of just reset the pacing here for every single team. And kind of put that equal playing field role out there at Solara. But then again, you don't know how much of grinding these players have been doing on the Solara map, right? Because if you're a pro player, you're obviously going to be wanting to dominate these maps very early on, because potentially not many others are going to be looking to dominate. They're just going to be looking to survive. So I do expect to see the harder working teams really rake in the points there.
Yeah, so for next Terra, though, we do have our top 3 teams by statistics. EVOS sitting on top in first place, followed by Team Flash, and then GOW. So these are the 3 teams to look out for, but by no means does this mean that this is going to be the be-all, end-all statistic for this map.
Yeah.
For all we know, EVOS, Flash, or GOW, these guys could be the first teams to be eliminated. So if anything, I'd be worried if I was EVOS, Flash, or GOW, because now you've got a target on your forehead. Teams are either going to be wanting to avoid, or they might even try to gun for you if they feel confident win against you in a 4v4 situation.
Yeah, I don't know if or not we're gonna see EVOS tank it very early. There's a high probability that that does happen to Team Flash, because this is that one team which is like hot and cold a lot of times, but thankfully on next Terra they are well prepared to take the fight. But we've seen many instances where we're expecting them to kind of walk away with a booyah and then they get taken out in the 12th spot, right? GOW is that one team at least that I think is very impressive from Vietnam, but not a single booyah on next Terra thus far. So that is concerning, but maybe they can make this map, this game, this day theirs as we head on into game number 1 here, Daddy. It's going to be next Terra.
It's gonna be next Terra, first map of the day, and this is gonna set the tone for the rest of today's matches as well, AJ, because all of a sudden, how things start, this is going to determine whether or not you're going to have to really put your finger out on day number 1, or if you have a little bit of leeway and you have a great game 1, and then you have a little bit of room to be like, okay guys, we are not the best on Solara, we can fumble on this map because we had a good round 1. Now, we are going to have a pretty central flight path here for our teams, and so far, it is looking pretty clean across the board here, AJ. No teams looking to challenge that early, unless I'm about to be proven wrong, because I'm kind of watching Vamos here and Vesj, who are flying towards Dika Square.
But PE Sports, look at the bravado of the squad, splitting up into 3 different compounds. Very risky play, but thankfully nobody else around their area. So we're going to see PE super heavy in terms of loot later on. Traps to the P90 very early on. But GOW, we do see the SMGs in their hands as well. The Thompson and the P90 in the hands of Tan. Blue wall wasted very early on, and Todak bringing on the heavy pressure.
Bring on the heavy pressure, and it's working really well for them as well, because you can see GOW, the team is isolated. They've actually gone for a bit of a split situation. It's just going to be Yanbin paired up with this teammate here, trying to go up against the rest of Todak, and so far Traps, he is very low, 18 health, but they are able to grab Yanbin there. So Todak able to get their first drop, but can they find more, AJ?
Wow, I mean,
and
they just found Tan. Yeah, so unfortunate. I think GOW could have been a little bit more aggressive in that fight. Second guessing themselves, Traps managing to pull away 1 elimination alongside Noki as well, and that was all thanks to the Coda. With the Coda, the position of GOW was already given away. Even if they were to wrap around that wall and jump at them, Todak would see them coming. The headshot would be way too easy, just like what we saw out of Jun. Genzi goes down, and the Saka Jaya losing 2 players very early on. Obi says bye as they get crushed in the 12th spot.
Wow, what an amazing start here for Vamos. So already eliminating a team right off the bat, picking up those 4 eliminations as well. You can see Vamos, they're coming into this super hot AJ. And now, as you see, Kabi just gets shot down by the entire Todak roster. So that's going to be another point set into their pocket in just a moment. And actually, Hans is here from Heavy, and Mufasa. Oh, this is very scary here for Heavy, AJ, because the team is split. I just don't see a way for these guys to be able to actually escape this unscathed.
Yeah, I'm actually worried for Todak here, because they are jumping in from battle to battle, and they haven't really recuperated just yet. Look at Traps, he has got no med kits. He only has 2 blue walls. If he gets caught out in a fight now, it will be deadly. The only blessing here is the fact that you do see the electrotherapy. And the M590 straight to the chest. Traps though with the P90. The backup is there. Good blue wall. But Mufasa and the M590 from him alongside PLS1 from up top will put the guy down on the ground. 2 revives for Todak. And that's exactly what I meant. Right out of a battle. Team Todak cannot sustain such heavy fire. Noki now up against 2 players will get crushed as well as Heavy dismantle Todak.
So reckless, AJ. We have to talk about the thought process there. Why is Todak playing so recklessly? Like, they could have avoided that. They had vision of Heavy, but they could have gone anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, greedy, right?
You're very greedy.
Yeah,
I
so
agree.
this is a good lesson. Don't be greedy for points. You really have to check whether or not you're prepared for battle before you pick a fight with anyone. And obviously these boys were not ready for it, and they wanted to go in there for the full-on commitment. Thankfully, they had enough coins from the previous battle for those revivals, and there was a vending machine right here. Pocket Market could have come into action there as well. So in the grand scheme of things, even if they went in there for the risk, it wasn't the biggest risk that they could take in this game. But we do have to see, as they hit those revive buttons, where they land on the map later on. Thankfully, this is happening very early on, so the circle is still quite wide. You don't have a heavy concentration of players to shoot them out of the skies. So I do expect to see Todak perhaps in the later parts of the circle.
Well, let's see if they can actually make it into the later parts of the circle, because if they try and pull that off again, I don't know if we're going to see them actually be able to make it that deep into the competition.
Oh, yeah.
We do have Flash on the screen. Now we're going to pivot on over to EVOS, who's actually run into Vamos. And so far, these teams very split. Look how split they are. You've got a 2-2 formation for Vamos, and then EVOS, they're sitting at three players forward, and they've got one sniper in the back. But no clear line of sight yet.
Yeah, big brain play from Vamos, just shooting that FGL shots towards the corner of the tent, because that's exactly where you expect the EVOS players to be standing, because they want to flick out those headshots from the corner. So although those big brain plays did come on through, EVOS losing one player very early on, but of course not fully eliminated just yet. That grenade out of nowhere, but the Steffi saves them. And EVOS preventing heavy damage from those grenades. Vamos almost cooked pretty much 3 players from the EVOS squad all at the same time. Jun down on the ground, and Axel ran in there for the sprays. But I cannot believe how Vamos is losing all of these gunfights up against EVOS. And this has to be the end. Bye-bye, Vamos, says EVOS. And that's a shocker of a defeat, because they just ran in there to what seemed like a fight that was supposed to be on the side of Vamos.
And look at this, PE Sports actually making their own appearance and being shot at by EVOS as well. So we could be seeing another gunfight on the map here, AJ. But it looks like the PE Sports, they're actually more busy with trying to go for looting, trying to finish up their economy rather than a gunfight here. So maybe they aren't actually fully equipped for this battle.
No. PE knows they are well equipped. They hit 3 compounds at the same time. They are on their rotation right now, but PE knows themselves better than we know them. They know that they cannot trust themselves in a gunfight, and they're like, bro, let's just do this in the final circle. let's not do this too early.
Let's play it safe. To be fair, I think I agree with that sentiment. Sometimes you don't need to go guns blazing. You just relax, okay? Let everyone get rid of each other, and then you can come in and clean up later on. We do have, it looks like a bit of a horrible situation for GOW. I think we just saw 2 players spawn in, and WAG above them as well. So not looking so great for GOW, unfortunately. This was a team that I thought would do quite well today, and with how things are looking, it is not looking so great.
Now, I think WAG is just kind of scouting if or not it's going to be a good idea for them to reposition. They do have a vending machine that they're kind of camping at, so they're just going to probably... no, I think they're fully upgraded already. You see the level 3 helmets and West on them. Yeah. And Cyrus is stacked. This man is rich. I want some coins, bro.
I mean, just hoard the coins. It's fine. Maybe they're guarding the vending machine, hoping someone's coming in from the outside, has to go for the buy, and surprise them with a bullet to the forehead. I think it's a pretty good strat. Yeah, you can see they're trying to find if it's flying at AJ. Okay, so a little bit of camping. It's okay. WAG playing it safe.
Well, CRM, are you going to pick up your 50 points quick here? Once again, FGL shots to the corner. I like this. Everybody's picked up on the fact that the corner FGL shots are doing a massive bit of disruption for the teams here. ADTV, M590 not finding the full connection with the first double shot. Will find the perfect connection on the third one, and Flash cleaning house. CRM will have to look at game 2 to pick up those 50 points.
It looked like they really had no chance in that compound. Flash are looking on point today, especially after just that little skirmish there. No one nearby. Onyx. Oh, that's 2 players. But did they see them? I think they know. They must know.
Okay, all right. So the mini-map just kind of is a little deceiving. I thought they were closer than they were. So now Onyx is in a pretty decent distance away from Team Flash. And
but they clearly saw them though, AJ.
Yeah, for sure. But the problem is there's so many teams in here. And there you go. Yet another one joining the fray as well. This is the 10-minute mark. The circle is going to get pretty crazy in a little bit. And Onyx at the weapons bunker. And obviously this is going to be a danger zone. Everybody's going to be looking for a little bit of an upgrade, or alternatively shutting down the teams that are at the upgrade so that they can rip away their guns from them. So this danger zone Onyx needs to be a little bit careful with. As you see Adrian kind of just circling around, keeping an eye on who's about to drop by to say hi.
If only he had eyeballs on the back of his head. That would be very convenient. We do have one of the Onyx players scouting out EVOS here, so providing some much needed information for the team. I guess they're trying to decide, like, is it worth maybe trying to advance onto EVOS here? They are going to see another player flying in, so this is confirmed that this compound is occupied. So Chrome doing a fantastic job at keeping an eye on things over here, but he has to be careful though. He is out in the open, so if he's not careful, someone could just sort of pop him in the back of the head there.
Prime looks like the rat that came into my kitchen to steal my cheese.
You have rats in your kitchen.
I mean, I've got this really cute rat, all right. And this, so he entered the kitchen. I put up a rat trap. I caught him, all right. And inside my rat trap, I actually have a small little container because I don't want them to starve or whatever. And I fill up that container with water so that I can rehome them the following day. So I caught this rat the other day. And this guy was so feisty. You know, the moment he got caught, he was just slamming against the cage walls. And he was so irritated with me. And he started picking up that water container and slamming it down on the floor. I was like, what the hell?
Ungrateful rat.
No, I mean, he was so feisty and he was so angry. And later on, he just curled up into a little ball and he was so upset that he got caught. I didn't have the heart to rehome him, so I just let him go in my garden. So, yeah, I've got a rat in my garden now.
Wow, okay, we're going to have to check up on that rat at some point. Speaking of, though, we're going to check up on EVOS here because they did have line of sight on Onyx, just throwing a couple of pot shots, but nothing lethal connecting. So, yeah, EVOS, I want to hear your thoughts on this. EVOS did reveal their position, just throwing those pot shots into Onyx, and they were very low risk, low reward shots as well. Do you think EVOS is doing this on purpose to maybe try and draw attention their way? Because that's not really the strat normally.
These guys are just trying to get some extra points. And if anybody comes knocking, if anybody comes knocking on the EVOS doors, there's no way to know exactly who's knocking on the doors. But EVOS will take any fight, anytime. Wow, beautiful AWM shot from afar onto the most deadly player, the sniper on the side of WAG. But thankfully, the distance between WAG and the rest of the teams allows them a quick recovery. But that's not going to last for long, though. This next circle is going to be pushing them into a tight little space. And WAG, at this point, you look at their movements, they are confused. They do not know where to go. But the launch pad is going to come out. And an instant transportation to a safer area.
And very lucky as well that Expand did not capitalize on that minor animation of Toy flying in. So all of a sudden, WAG, they have a compound and they've actually flushed out Expand.
Yep.
So now suddenly WAG, they do have their foot in the door. They've just got to figure out a way to kick the door down and actually force their way in right into the central area of that circle. And instead, they're going to decide to go to a different path. They're going to go up north, but this will push them more towards Flash and Heavy's direction. So hopefully they will be ready for a potential gunfight there because Flash, they did kind of prove that they are quite bloodthirsty today.
Sticky situation here for WAG as they spot out Team Flash from afar. Or has got the AWMY in hand. And this man will hit like a truck if he can find these players. But thankfully, the compound serves up quite a number of decent hiding spaces. So you don't see a lot of engagements, which is slowly going to turn into chaos as this circle starts to force them into an even tinier compound in the next 30 seconds.
Expor really wanting to get a shot there onto Flash, but can't quite find what he's looking for. I love the patience here for Expor. He just needs to be patient, okay? Wait to get that one tap. Make it pay off. And look at that! He gets swung in! Beautiful shot.
Oh, beautiful indeed. And apologies, guys. I think I'm just going to be slowing down my cast a little bit. We are lagging here.
Both of us, yes.
Bye. It's going to be nothing too much to deal with for EVOS. But PES, they circle them. Coach Shield's going to get knocked down to the ground. A little bit of a mistake jumping up towards the top of the glue wall. But Ray's going to sort him out instantaneously. Rasia rushing around. The sniper with the BSK looking for Nero. Nero's going to be that deadly player with the grenade launcher. And he's going to try to snuff out all of these EVO players.
Double kill.
Oh, but are they going to be able to get it, AJ?
I'll tell you once I stop lagging.
We are probably seeing the same thing because I wasn't sure if we were seeing the same thing here.
Well, I'm sorry, guys. So I'm just going to be able to cast this, like, you know, frame by frame, but I probably am going to be missing out quite a lot of this action. Tikui, as he finds Decos, I think Expand is going to be in a lot of pressure here. He runs away. Wall dropping in for the save as well. Tikui in danger zone. Yeah, my screen is pretty much dead as well. We do apologize, guys. I don't think this is going to be a pleasant experience for you guys listening to us cast, because you can't really see the action that's happening on the screen in front of us right now. But we are able to kind of catch up little by little. Circle pushing WAG in, and Afik spending time outside the circle. That's not good for business for Expand.
It's not looking too good for Expand. Speaking of, everyone is fighting towards that top right-hand corner of that circle as well. Bottom left is very open if someone's able to maybe try and pivot down in that direction. But the circle is going to be moving towards the bottom section as well. And look at that beautiful maneuver from EVOS to be able to get themselves on the other side. But they're going to have to burn through a lot of glue walls because they've now left themselves pretty exposed against 3 other teams. We have GOW, WAG, and Heavy still in this game. And Heavy are 4-man strong, AJ. 13 eliminations to their name, looking to grab this booyah. And so far, they have a 40% win probability.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about earlier on as well, right? Can the underdogs shine? Hell yeah, they can. Heavy with a phenomenal start. 13 eliminations already, looking for the booyah. And probably the one with the highest potential here because of the numbers they have on the battlefield. But that doesn't matter. If 2 teams focus on Heavy at the same time, they are still going to drown because they are the team that's lagging behind as the circle starts moving away from them.
Yeah, the only issue though is that the teams are not ganging up on Heavy. They need to do that if they want to try and break this 4-man roster. But poor GOW being jumped on. They were able to get Ton, but they did manage to drop hands in the process, and the Bluestone is there as well. So if they're going to try and go for that pickup, it is quite risky there for Heavy. They might have to just abandon their teammate. Yambin though trying to shoot Pliz 1. I don't quite know if they was able to get it, but he did almost have that angle. But Heavy still looking strong in this position, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, they were not in the best of positions, but now as they try to circle around in behind EVOS, this is going to be a much better situation for them to deal with. But we don't know exactly how this is going to fare because EVOS right on top. They've got the vantage point and the numbers not too heavy on the side of Heavy, pun intended. Mufasa back in a way. He's got a boulder to play around with here. But heavy firepower from EVOS chugging away at their health little by little. That electrotherapy and the basic therapy connected already. The advanced, you don't even need to click that button. It is going to be applied instantaneously unless, of course, Rasia gets the headshot out of nowhere to put the boys down on the ground. Krillin right in front, and I think WAG has got a real good opportunity here to walk away with a booyah because EVOS seems to be way too distracted with Heavy.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if WAG don't stick their nose into their business that's not theirs, I think they're going to be able to get at least second place. But look at this though, Toy actually going to be going for the launch forward and Heavy jumping onto EVOS, but they were able to manage to get that one connection. So now it's a 2v2 situation here, AJ, and so far Heavy, they tried to jump onto EVOS, but are they going to come out with some very heavy casualty? They do get one knock there. It's just Rasia versus 2 players from Heavy. WAG, do they want to try and jump into this themselves? They're playing it safe. They are waiting for, oh gosh, so scary, AJ.
Yeah, Krillin cooking up the grenade, and the glue wall melters are going to be laid out first.
What's Rasia want to do?
Just doing the damage from outside. Rasia says, nope, I'm out of here. Quickly breaks those glue walls, heads on out, and potentially putting Heavy now in the line of sight of WAG, but Heavy right above Rasia, who's well hidden behind the corner of the wall. He shows up and forces Mufasa up the stairs once again. And look at this beautiful play by Rasia. He barricades the stairs. Now Heavy needs to literally shoot at these glue walls to get to him, and he has some moments to respond. Big brain play from the kid.
what craziness is this? Both teams basically playing hot potato with Heavy, saying, we don't want to deal with this team. How about you try and deal with them instead? So Rasia, he's going to have to just try and play within that compound. He's barricaded himself. Beautiful play by Mufasa. Basically telling Rasia, you've done this to us. You can take it back as well. And now it's going to be Heavy trying to jump into that high ground, playing up against WAG. Rasia, though, he has made his way outside. And look at this Mufasa turning his attention off to Rasia, but he still gets caught himself. Rasia is still alive with a tiny bit of health. And WAG, maybe they can take this game away from Heavy.
I mean, that was just all Rasia giving the booyah over to WAG. Tuikui drops Hans, and WAG says, thank you, EVOS, thank you, Rasia. But that was a big brain play from all the players, all the teams in that final sequence. Initially from Rasia blocking out the stairway with the glue wall, and then Heavy returning the favor by trapping him in that compound with their glue wall. But this is where it really helps to know the terrain that you're playing with. Rasia knew exactly where to go to find that exit, get back into the circle. Surprisingly, if I had gotten caught out in a circle like that, I would be dead by now. I don't even know how that kid survived. He gets in and gets a knock onto Mufasa as well, and that was one of the biggest difference maker, because it should have been a fair 2v2 fight between Vietnam, but they instantly ruined Heavy's chances as Rasia knocks down Mufasa. And then for WAG, it's too easy because Mufasa with the initial damage, the blue with the damage onto Rasia as well. It was just a small little bullet sent his way. And then, of course, the team wipeout that followed as WAG picks up the booyah, but I'm pretty sure it is Heavy on that #1 spot.
Yeah, I do believe Heavy is also in that first spot. I kind of want to think maybe the downfall for Heavy in that situation. Do you feel like after barricading Rasia, Heavy just decided, okay, Rasia is probably dead there, and they've just completely turned their attention to WAG, completely ignored the EVOS player, and all of a sudden, that's when the backstab came in. They lost Mufasa, 1 versus 2. It's little plays like that, right? We are seeing little plays decide the fate of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely right. And even if they kind of assume that he is still there, he's alive, he will be able to recover, there's nothing much that they could have done in that situation because the circle was closing in. WAG was right in front of them. If they turn their backs on WAG, it's obviously going to be a disaster as well. So they were hoping and praying that the blue gets the job sorted, but Rasia is just way too tanky. Once again, if I was to get caught out in a circle like that, I would be toasted by now. But Rasia just kind of surviving that, tanking that, very quickly rushing on in to find that safe spot for himself at the very edge of the circle. And I don't even know how the boy figured it out and got that spot in the first place. But it was a great play from him in the overall grand scheme of things, right? So great survivability. EVOS getting those points. Both of our predictions in that final circle. WAG in that final circle as well. So good on them, right? And Heavy in that final circle as well. So I think Vietnam overall obviously is going to have many, many chances to bring us to Yunsul because we've got 5 Vietnam teams out of the 12 playing today.
Absolutely. So we're going to be seeing a lot of Yunsul later today.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit more about Heavy because we did not have this team listed in our predictions. And they looked relatively good today, right? Like, sure, they didn't grab the booyah, but when it comes to the actual aggressive maneuvers and how they're actually doing in these team versus team situations, they look really clean today. Do you actually think that maybe this is going to be the day that Heavy actually dominates the competition? Just for today. Just today.
Possible, maybe, I don't know. It's really tough to make a bet on any one of these teams. Even EVOS is so tough to make a bet on because of how, they have had that question mark moments, right? Even though they are definitely on paper the best team in this lobby, you saw they could not hit as hard as Heavy in this game. So what's on paper really doesn't matter. How badly these teams want it, that's all that's going to matter, as well as a little bit of luck as well, right? You drop one in there, what kind of guns you find, who you come across in terms of your rotation, exactly how you take that fight, do you have enough glue walls to get into that battle? So a lot of these things are in that balance. So I guess Lady Luck favored Heavy a little bit extra today. But the question is, will we get to see Heavy maintain that #1 spot? Because once again, no booyah.
No booyah, but elimination points there. They're kind of nice too. They're kind of juicy. I mean, I'm down for 2nd or 3rd place as long as I grab a boatload of those elimination points. So, yeah, we'll have to see what happens later on today. But I think WAG, I loved that they played that last round patiently. right? You don't have to press the issue if
Yeah.
you know you're in a very comfortable spot to be able to take the placement points and even just take over the game after you let the competition thin themselves down. But it looks like we are getting ready for our interview, AJ, so I don't think they're quite ready yet. Okay, it looks like they are finally ready. So let's see what WAG have to say after securing the first booyah for today's games.
And it's the first booyah for the Vietnam team. I'm MC Yunso, and right next to me is WAG Cyrus, and I'm really happy that we have a very smooth opening today. So let's jump into the questions, shall we? Into our first questions. Thì lời đầu tiên là xin chào Cyrus, và Yunso cũng đang rất là vui, và bởi vì chúng ta đã có được cho mình một cái mở đầu rất là thuận lợi cho ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay, đó chính là booyah đầu tiên dành cho WAG. Và bây giờ chúng ta sẽ bắt đầu phỏng vấn luôn nhé. Đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên thì after, how do you feel about this booyah in the very first game, and how confident you are that you can get into the finals in Hanoi this thì đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên là vẫn như bình thường thôi, Cyrus đang cảm thấy thế nào sau khi mình có được cú booyah này ạ? Và Cyrus tự tin bao nhiêu phần trăm rằng là mình cùng với WAG có thể vào được chung kết ạ?
Sau cái booyah đầu tiên thì tụi em khá là thoải mái và tụi em tự tin 100% tụi em vào chung kết.
100% luôn. Vậy thì ngày thi đấu hôm nay chắc là mình sẽ thi đấu hết câu lượt luôn chứ nhỉ?
Dạ tụi em thi đấu hết sức có thể.
For Cyrus, he said that we feel very happy and it's some kind of relief that we got the first booyah for the game today. And yes, we are confident 100% that we can get into the finals, just because that we want to get into the final and we will try our best. So into our second questions. And yesterday, a very successful day for WAG in the CS mode, Clash Squad mode. They defeated BTR and Virtus Pro, of course, and they already got the ticket to the Hanoi. But now, seems like today is going to be another ticket for them. So, what will you willing to do to get the ticket in this mode? Bởi vì chúng ta đã có được tấm vé để vào tự chiến ngày hôm qua rồi. Dù sao thì đó là một ngày thi đấu rất là thành công dành cho phía bên WAG. Và đến với ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay thì chúng ta sẽ có 3 ngày thi đấu. Chỉ còn một tấm vé nữa thôi là đến được với chung kết sinh tồn rồi. Thì Cyrus và đồng đội của mình là mọi người sẽ có động lực gì không, hay là sẽ cùng nhau làm gì để có được tấm vé cuối cùng gọi là trọn vẹn cho cái bộ sưu tập vé vàng của mình đây ạ?
Tụi mình đồng lòng cùng nhau cố gắng hết sức để có cả vé sinh tồn để vào chung kết.
Đồng lòng cùng nhau. Vậy thì những ngày vừa qua thì mọi người có bị áp lực về cái tuần thi đấu cuối cùng này không?
Tụi mình cũng khá là áp lực, nhưng mà tụi mình đang cố gắng để sửa những lỗi sai cơ bản.
Đó là một cái điều mà rất là kiểu như là nghe nó mình cảm thấy được yên tâm hơn á mọi người, tại vì những cái lỗi sai mà họ nhận ra được để họ sửa thì Yusu nghĩ rằng là trong cái 3 ngày thi đấu cuối cùng này chúng ta sẽ được xem rất là nhiều màn thi đấu mạnh nhẹ đến từ WAG. So for Cyrus, he said that we already got a ticket in the Clash Squad mode, and we definitely gonna get the ticket in the BR mode. So we will try our best, play together, understand each other more as a teammate. So that is how we can get the ticket to the finals. And of course, these days they're a little bit stressful, but overall, they still try to fix the minimum error so they can become the better version of themselves. So our last questions. So you know that a few weeks ago, because our performance is not really stable, so Back Gấu is a little bit upset about WAG. But since yesterday and today, you guys did amazing job. Do you want to say anything to him and also your fans? Bởi vì có những tuần thi đấu vừa qua thì chúng ta có những cái màn phong độ nó khá là không có được ổn định, và điều đó thì cũng làm Back Gấu cảm thấy là hơi buồn về đội của mình chút xíu, hơi xuống tinh thần một tẹo. Nhưng mà ngày hôm qua và cả ngày hôm nay là một cái chiến thắng rất là ngọt ngào dành cho Back Gấu và cũng như là cả đội tuyển WAG. Thì không biết là Cyrus có lời nào muốn gửi đến Back Gấu là để cho Back Gấu yên tâm hơn một chút, cũng như là những lời đến các bạn fan hâm mộ của WAG không ạ?
Dạ, lời đầu tiên là em thay mặt team xin lỗi Back Gấu và các bạn ủng hộ WAG vì tuần vừa qua làm các bạn khá là thất vọng. Nhưng tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để đạt thành tích tốt nhất cho các WAG con não mày đảo mặt và Back Gấu.
Quyết tâm không?
Dạ, quyết tâm.
Quyết tâm nha. So first of all, I would like to say sorry to Back Gấu because we made you feel disappointed about us over a few weeks ago. But until now, our victory in the CS mode and today, maybe we can make you feel satisfied. And for all the WAG fans, Thank you for always supporting us, and we will try our best in the 3 days so we won't make you guys feel down or disappointed about us. So please trust us, and we will try our best, definitely, to get into the finals. Cảm ơn Sai rất là nhiều về màn phỏng vấn này và hy vọng là vừa sẽ thấy được WAG có thêm booyah và được lên bàn phỏng vấn cùng với Yusun ở trong 5 game tiếp theo. Fighting! Thank you so much for watching our interview, and now let's head back to our casters and see the game starts.
I mean, I just realized that these boys not only booked their ticket to the Clash Squad playoffs, they have booked this ticket in Hanoi. We are going to have the LAN playoffs, and these boys are going to be representing Vietnam in a very, very big way, right? And if any team can get it done right, it's WAG. We saw the phenomenal fights from them thus far. And even in this game, even in this circle, they were one of the teams that were under heavy pressure. They were not in the circle. They had to rotate around, and they played that situation beautifully. And it's all about survivability, and they got that done right this time around.
Yeah, I love the creativity, right? And them choosing their pathing towards that circle, because they could have tried to strong arm their way in between multiple teams, but instead they sort of pivoted. Like once they noticed the team one direction, they just decided, okay, let's go in a different direction. Let's try and see if this is much clearer. And it did end up being a clear entry. And the restraint, okay? Yeah. I think that is another thing we have to talk about here for WAG. They could have stuck their nose into that 3-team fight much earlier, right? Yeah. They could have decided, okay, these two teams are fighting each other. We're going to come in, we're going to vulture, we're going to, stick our nose into their business. But then instead they said, let's stop, play it safe, let these two teams occupy each other, and once one team is severely weakened or if they're busy, that's when we come in, swoop in, and scoop up both teams for both points and grab that booyah. Sometimes it's really hard to decide whether you need to step into a team fight or to step back. And I love that WAG, they really chose their moments carefully for this first game today.
Yeah, I mean, this is just phenomenal. And the MVP being the youngest kid on the block for the side of WAG just makes my heart smile, right? It's all about the kids at this point of time. Rasya, Tikui, this is just showing us what the future is going to look like in mobile gaming. We old ones are no longer going to be able to survive in this ecosystem anymore. These kids are playing it on a whole other level.
They're playing on a whole other level, and here's the cool thing about esports and when you bring new blood into a scene. Normally, when you have the younger players, they have a completely different thought process playing that particular game compared to the old guard, as we like to call them, right? The old guard players that we all know and love. And so sometimes you need to have the new blood come in to change the meta, to change the play style, and to even change the way that the older players, the more veteran players change, because the games are always going to be evolving. You're never going to be playing the exact same meta for 10 years. That is simply impossible, especially with how the game is constantly updated and changed. I love how Fliss1 is like just hogging the entire screen.
What the hell?
There's no room for anyone else. This man is heavy.
PLS1 hogging the limelight here. It's meant for 3 people, PLS1. 3 people, not just one. This guy.
Okay, look, AJ.
Yeah.
I know why he's on Team Heavy now, because he takes everything.
Yeah, I mean,
this man does not need a chair. He needs a sofa.
PLS1 got more eliminations than Team Flash could do together as a squad.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Heavy, of course, at the #1 spot, but the booyah ripped away by WAG, who dropped down to the 3rd spot because EVOS and Heavy brought in the heavy gunfights and the eliminations. WAG, on the other hand, only with a measly 5 eliminations. But I am a big fan of a strategy like this. If you can get into that final circle time and time again, walk away with the booyah, you're probably going to be in the top 3. And that's what you need 3 days in a row to qualify in top 6.
Yeah, and also don't forget one of our amazing sponsors for the tournament. We have the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. I am 1 generation behind, but that is okay. Great phones. I personally own them. But if you guys did not know, the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra is equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor, featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology. This delivers outstanding performance along with a smooth gaming experience and lifelike graphics. With power powerful AI capabilities and top-tier performance, the Galaxy S25 Ultra becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers.
Does it?
It does. I have to say, this is probably the best phone I have ever owned in terms of gaming. I'm one generation behind, so I can only imagine what the 25 is like.
Yo, you are many generations behind, ma'am. What are you talking about?
S24.
These kids are very young. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about your age. My apologies.
I'm 3 decades old. I'm a bit late to the esports scene in that regard, but...
Well, I think it's going to be a little bit more chaotic here in Solara. Nextera was sure as hell. Absolute chaos because of the sheer number of defensive spots that were in those final few circles. Solara, on the other hand, I don't know exactly where the circle is going to lead us, but because it's a new map, because not many teams would have been able to dominate and truly explore each and every single nook and cranny of it, I'm expecting to see some sloppy plays and, of course, some underdogs taking advantage of those situations. But, you know, I also brought up the fact that if you are really good at the gunfights, you're probably going to be able to dominate this, which is why some of the senior squads might be able to walk away with more points compared to the underdogs.
Yeah, so just very quickly, Solara, new map, also our top dogs for this map. Keep an eye out on our top 3 teams. I mean, EVOS is probably going to be top 3 in all of these maps today. I think a lot of people are probably questioning, why is EVOS not already qualified? And there's a variety of reasons. They sometimes just have not great days. There are some teams that just outshine them. So obviously for this weekend, the goal for EVOS is to dodge the other teams, because they clearly are going to have a target on their heads, but also play well enough to make the top of the bracket so that they can make it through to the next end of the competition. So you would assume they're going to make it through, AJ, but like the inconsistency has been scaring me these past couple weeks.
I don't think they are accidental inconsistencies though. EVOS is the team that can really wrap the whole lobby up, find that qualifier early. They've been doing this on purpose. This has been my theory from day one. And I obviously thought that they want to just dominate the final week. But based on how they played the final day of the Phase 2 qualifier before heading into Week 6, it seemed like they wanted to wait to the very final moment and then find the qualifier. But they were way too cheeky with that, and they lost their spot by a couple of points. But now that has presented them with a great blessing. And that blessing is to absolutely tear apart the teams that in a general situation would still get torn apart by them. So, and there are no other top dogs here alongside EVOS.
Oh, I mean, I could say WAG is probably looking to be a top dog today. And Heavy, if they keep up what they did in that previous game, they are clearly going to be another top dog as well. So I don't want to say it is an easy path to victory for EVOS. I do think everyone competing today is, they're going to put up a fight. They're going to make it difficult. So you're going to have to really work for these next 3 days if you want to make it towards that top of the bracket. Now, Solara, folks, is going to be a pretty central flight path here. And at the moment, it's looking pretty clean. Nothing too crazy here. No hot drops yet. But I do suspect there is going to be a challenge somewhere, because I feel like you're too late into the competition to play passively. Someone has to make the move.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Wonder Kid, Russia, 16 years old, has got more fans on YouTube than some people can ever get in their whole lives. Close to, I think, more than 7 million people subscribe to his YouTube channel. Yeah, I know, and he's just 16 years old. And at the age of 16, he's running circles around some of the senior players here. I mean, not as senior as Neptune, but, you know, just older than him.
Wow, shots fired at Neptune. What did he do to you, AJ?
He's my brother, that's why. And you know how brothers
I'm going to have to ask him. Clearly something has happened here. We could be looking a little bit of a 1v1 here, AJ. Though. We've got Traps here going for a bit of a loot, but he is being chased down by one of the players on Vamos. And actually, there is another person that's just sort of driving by, PE Sports, and it's Traps versus Jun. Both eyes on each other, but who makes the first shot?
Jun is like, bro, again? Are you guys gonna eliminate us again? Not back to back. But the man's just out here all alone at Casa Vista. Not too sure exactly why. But it does manage to get the initial first few tags. Going in for the chase. Traps has got the Trogon zone. This is a great big advantage. Been using. Has the rate of fire. But the Trogon to the head. And Jun will make that big mistake. Try to go in here for the chase. And Traps gets the loot without even looting.
Oh boy, that was a crazy 1v1, but beautiful play coming in from Traps to really pin Jun in the corner before finishing him off. I really like that play, just utilizing those glue walls to create that bottleneck and basically say, try juke this. So great stuff there. We do have Todak here at Aquarium, and they have eyes on Expand, it looks like. So we could be seeing a bit of a challenge here if Todak is feeling confident with what they have in their inventories. And so far, it kind of looks like they are guarding Aquarium. If you're Expand, is there any reason that you kind of want to take Aquarium away from Todak?
Yeah, absolutely. And Mr. Vidal's here, keeping an eye on Expand. Or is he admiring the yacht? It has to be one of the two.
Clearly admiring the yacht.
Okay, all right. That makes sense, right? Because why would he be looking at Expand for no reason?
Yeah. We're going to be switching on over to Onik. Hands, though, not looking so great. Hit them. Looking so great there for Hands. He is very low. His teammate has basically just abandoned him and said, okay, we're not going to stick our heads out because there are far too many players there. So Onik, they do get the first drop. And I think they're just going to basically say on the side of Heavy, let's just leave our teammate. We'll revive them. It's okay. But it is going to cost them, though. That's the only thing I kind of don't like about just abandoning your teammates at times. But look at this, though. Todak, they have advanced onto Expand. And so far, Expand are not looking too healthy.
Yeah, time turner pulled, and Expand is cooking. Team Todak fires. The final player has got 1,005 and a freaking vending machine, which means full team revival. No problem at all for Todak for absolutely getting torn apart in a fight they picked.
But they've given away so many resources to Expand in the process. Well, I always question plays like this where you have that one person in the back with all the money and they just decide, I'm going to cash out and buy back my entire team. But you've basically said to your team, we're going to go for the reset. But anyways, the reset is successful here. So Fires is going to try and reconnect with his team. Expand, though, thinking of chasing Todak, but GOW, they are there and they're shooting out Fires as well. If Fires goes down here, it's just a complete reset for Todak in terms of their inventory. And you really don't want that. But, I mean, Yanbin, he's got other plans. He says, guys, let's just grab this free point. It's a single player. What are they going to do?
Well, fires the mini Uzi, and obviously he's not going to walk away from that one. Man was all alone, and GOW just circles the compound, sprays him down, and Fire is brought right back in here by Traps. Not a lot to worry about. But Onik, though...
Looks like Onik. Lost 2 players back-to-back there.
And just one elimination in hand, and they have to go in here for a full reset. But CRM could come in here for the chase. And it looks like they might just do that. In the meantime, Onik, Crime MKS running away to the vending machine. But what it does not understand is there's a camping squad here at this vending machine. Bye-bye, says PLS1.
And that basically means they're down to Adam, and there's no way they're going to be able to get their team back up in time. Hopefully, Adam's going to be able to sort of scrounge up the money, but in the meantime, though, we do have Flash on the screen here. They are trying to go for a couple of knocks. They also are able to sort of keep away one of the opposing teams as well. ABCD on the ground needs to be picked up, but Zom has also been dropped as well. VetsJ sticking their nose into this business as well, and Flash are not appreciative of this either. Death is the next one to drop, and it's just going to be Hung M all on his own. But VetsJ, do they know where he's gone?
Well, even if they do, this man's going to bring back the full squad. So, yeah, you can have Huang. The whole squad is back, says Team Flash. But that's so mean, Team Flash. Why would you say that?
Gonna give away another point, though. I think if you're VetsJ, you're okay with this. You've basically picked up an entire roster of points. So 4 points from that.
Oh, yeah.
And Hung, I guess the best thing you can do, just waste some time.
Actually, the best thing he can do is just lead Team Visakha Srivijaya straight towards Todak, and I think that's exactly what he has done. Todak now, hearing these gunshots, are looking to potentially interfere. The circle closing them all off here. The damage is there. And you will see one knock coming through from Wang, but the pickup should be fairly easy, unless, of course, Todak decides to drop by. Still, yet another engagement here. Potential for EVOS and Heavy. Yes, EVOS just keeping an eye on them, but Heavy having this decent compound to work around with and not looking to step out of it just yet.
Yep, got 2 buybacks on the screen there, so 1 for Onik and 1 for Flash as well. So bringing their rosters back up by a single player. I have to say, EVOS are playing quite slow today, AJ, right? I think in the previous weeks we have seen this team play a little bit quicker. Not so quick where they get so reckless, but they do try to pick up some eliminations here and there. But do you think they might have slowed down a little bit because they may have felt that what's not worked previously was them being the initiators? Like maybe they have decided that every time we start a fight, it's not working out. So now we're just going to leave it to our opponents and let them start the fight.
I don't know, because I think the aggressive version of EVOS is very scary. And they're just hanging back because I think they have finally acknowledged that, yes, we are scary, but this bloody lobby is so unpredictable. You don't know who's going to appear out of nowhere. And this is Solara, right? It's a fairly new map. They haven't managed the full rotation dominations just yet. So when you're not comfortable, it's best to just stay put and be one of the last few ones to make it into the circle. Yes, it brings its own fair share of risks as well. But if you've got a launch pad, and clearly these boys are super rich. We got to see a couple of players from the side of EVOS earlier. And I think we saw like 2,000, 3,000 coins on them. So they'll be able to pretty much go on a shopping spree and head in anywhere as they want. So there's no rush needed at this point of time.
No rush now, but we are seeing... What is this? All the big teams are congregating together in the central side of the map. We're going to switch on over to Vamos here, though, because they are running into a bit of a kerfuffle here against PE Sports, and Raja is on the ground, so they are down one player. And look at this. Vamos, they are being rushed upon esports, who are using a launch pad to jump on top of their team. And Vamos, I don't know if this team is going to be able to escape unscathed. They are still up there, but 2 players are down. It's going to be down to Jun to try to bring the team back. Jun ends.
Well, he manages to get away. Thankfully, there is a coin machine here and a vending machine as well. But Jun still does not have enough, unless, of course, Suez can drop whatever coins that he has in his pocket, which he does. 400 coins, enough for 1 revival. And Vamos will bring probably Raja, there you go, Raja back into the play here. Quite insulting, because they should have brought their captain back in.
No, it's okay. The captain can focus on captaining now. He doesn't have to worry about his own character. So it's fine. Axel's probably thinking for the team and thinking, okay, how do we recover from this? Because they have more information probably on what pathing they want to take coming into that next circle. Speaking of circles, though, look at this, though. Onyx right next to VSJ. Joel going to be able to launch himself to the other side, and Adrian has actually been shot down and will be eliminated by guns. So that's going to be a player down for Onyx, and the team is split, AJ. This is not looking good at all for the Indonesians.
I think it... Oh, okay, Onyx should be able to... I get that instant revival here. You see the pocket market in the hands of Adam. He's got enough coins on him as well. So, oh no, actually, he's not going to be able to do that. They need the vending machine at this point of time. And Visaka Srivijaya is slowly circling in. And Crime MKS obviously is going to get trapped at this point of time. There's no way this guy survives. And easy VSK as OB picks it up. But Todak, that is their goal sign as they move on in for the rush. They think it's a full-on team fight between Visaka Srivijaya and somebody else, but they don't understand. Visaka is ready for a fight.
VSJ, really great positioning there, actually using the grandstand as cover. But here we go, Todak going to be the ones to jump onto VSJ. Now it's going to come down to who manages to get the critical connection there. Vidal is going to be the first player to go down thanks to Obe and his beautiful circling. Traps having to back up because he is low on health there. Joel fighting up against Fies in the back line, but so far, Todak, they are melting in the front line. The Traps the next one to fall, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, and Todak just not doing well in this engagement at all, and Vamos is going to get snuffed out. Vidal's the final player here, but that's on a revival, falling straight in the compound of WAG. CRM with their snipers and marksmen will be able to see Vidal's falling on in here as well, and he'll get shot out of the sky. No, just tagged up here. X-Ball might be looking for the finisher, and yep, WAG, they want the piece of this point as well, and bye-bye Todak, WAG.
Oh, very unfortunate there for Todak. If they were able to have another player survive, or if they didn't lose their players all in one go, they would have had a decent chance at making it quite far in this round. So Todak going to be sent to the sidelines as we are down to our top 10 teams here, AJ. We still have 36 players on the map, but we do have a couple of stragglers still in the blue.
Yeah.
It's GOW and PE Sports. This is a very dangerous game. This late into the game, this circle is going to start hurting, and with how open this area is, you really need to use whatever glue walls you can to slowly either sneak your way in towards that zone, or you're going to have to finish off whoever is chasing you. And so far, GOW, there looks like they're going to be the ones to eliminate PE Sports. Nero all on his own as his team has been blown to bits because of all the grenades.
Yep, all right, he's got the super med here, but the glue wall goes down, pulls the one out yet again, and could not complete the use of the super med. Had to use the inhaler, but the inhaler's not going to help him survive out there up against so many bullets. And Lau Ho will be the final survivor on the side of PE Sports. Although this team can hit hard, they have been super inconsistent, and the inconsistency will continue in this matchup as well. There will be heavy pressure for PE Sports as they try to sneak into this next circle, as Heavy and GOW do battle, and the chaos will continue here, Danny.
Chaos is going to continue. Yammin just goes through a window and just gets popped in the head there thanks to Kabi. Heavy looking fantastic in this second round. They went absolutely crazy in game number 1, and it looks like game number 2 might be a similar situation here unless someone can put a stop to them.
Yep.
But look, teams that are left over here, AJ. Oh, wait a minute, Mufasa on the ground. He does get picked up though, so it's not looking too bad here for Heavy. Only 3 eliminations, but things are just going to speed up from here on out.
I'm sorry, I have to correct you here, Daddy. It's not Mufasa, it's Mufasa. You have to say it. Yeah. Can't be the last
Wait a minute, Heavy's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. You said his name way too late. Heavy's name's all on you. WAG 4 elimination. It's all on you. But CRM tanking the blue. PE Sports X-Ball, WAG meeting them outside the circle. What is Visaka Srivijaya doing outside the circle as well? This is a bloodbath between 3 teams outside the zone, and this is pure insanity at this point of time. And WAG making good work here. Visaka Srivijaya, the first one out of there into the next circle, leaving CRM outside to dry.
What is this madness? That was a really interesting decision to even go into the blue this late into the game to try and get those elims. But to be fair, they were in open ground, so even if they tried to go in towards that safe zone, they were basically going to have somebody shoot them in the back of the head. Now look at the number of teams hiding within this one compound. EVOS sitting on the top floor here, shooting down WAG, who are basically left to either use a boulder or glue walls. And it looks like this might just be the end of the road here for this team, because beautiful line of sight here for EVOS. Just 3 eliminations from the rooftop here.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race usually, but of course in a battle royale that's not a guarantee. Beautiful spray down coming on through from Kuchil as the WAG player just sneaks his head up. Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses, and WAG is going to have to tank the blue at the same time as well. But guess what? EVOS, the blue now hunting you down as well. CRM down at that lower floor, waiting for EVOS, and that's kill. Probably the A124 is going to tag the player on the side of EVOS, knocking him down onto the ground, but the pickup isn't going to be too difficult. Expand and EVOS stacked in a tiny little corner of this house.
And if you take a look at where that next circle is going to be, it's in favor of Flash, who is camping that right side of the circle. It's we're basically moving to the east over here, but look at this though. Eva's going to be exiting the compound. They're going to have to fight up against Expand down here, because if you don't get rid of them now, they're going to punish you eventually. And it looks like Expand, they're going to be the next one to go down. So EVOS up to 6 eliminations this round, still 4-man strong, looking to maybe take this game and get their first booyah of the day. But Adam, you can see this man praying on the bottom of that on the bottom of the cover there, hoping he does not draw attention. And actually EVOS, they're going to launch themselves into GOW.
Oh, bloody big brain play from EVOS here. That's where the circle is heading to next, and they get pretty much a lot of that ground covered with the launch pad. And now they are going to be the first ones ahead. GOW had a player there. They snuff him out. Now the rotation from Onyx behind EVOS, there's just a single player, and EVOS obviously in the prime position to walk away with a booyah here after taking away the second spot in the previous matchup. And now the opportunity, the third spot in the previous matchup. Now the opportunity to meet Team Flash early. 2 players on the side of Flash, Rasya from up top, VSK in hand, but he's just going to check out the situation and back away.
Man, EVOS are basically just gatekeeping that circle now. So it's up to VSJ, Flash, and Onyx to try and find their way in. But looks like VSJ, they've just been eliminated there thanks to Flash. So we're now up to our top 3 teams, AJ. Got 2 players from Flash, 1 player from Onyx. I do believe it's Adam coming in from the back line there behind EVOS. And unfortunately for Flash, they are in the line of sight here for EVOS. So they're either going to have to decide, how do we dip, duck, and dodge to make it into that circle? And how do we 2v4 this?
You don't. You just give EVOS the booyah. So chill. M590. Bye-bye Flash. Flash makes that exit in a flashy way. ABCD down at the bottom of this bridge like a little troll, barricading himself in with the glue walls. And the Rebel Rush gets him. The drop onto Rasya, the sniper on the side of EVOS. But still, 3 players alive on the side of EVOS. Going in for the chase now onto their brother Onyx. And Adam is going to try his very best to maintain a little bit of a distance here, but it's just a matter of time. Cochilo, oh, that's just a hack, bro. Jumping onto the haystack, getting the vantage point here, and the drop with the M590 as well, leaving Flash as the final piece on the plate to eat before they strike this booyah. And ABCD cannot do it like 1, 2, 3, 4, as EVOS Divine show up strong 2 games in a row.
Great recovery there from EVOS. Full roster booyah for game number 2. Yes, they didn't do amazingly in that previous round, but I mean, they still managed to get 3rd place in round number 1. So EVOS looking fantastic and strong for day 1 of week 6 for the competition here. And so far, if you're a fan of this team, okay, I have been... Okay, so AJ... has been basically saying, I have been cursing this team, and that is the reason why EVOS have not made it through to the next stage. I don't think I'm cursing this team.
Okay, first of all,
I don't think I'm cursing this team.
First of all, you are cursing the team. Second of all,
no,
you
I
asked me a question. How do I feel about the passive play? I told you the passive play is necessary. The passive play gave them the booyah. Now, as long as you stop saying the name EVOS, I think they're going to be the number 1 team of the day.
How do I cast them then? Divine.
The unidentified team has arrived. The unidentified player.
UFO.
So the unidentified.
UFO has been spotted, AJ. Okay, we will have to see what happens for the remainder of the broadcast, but that will be quite funny. But I think EVOS fans breathing a sigh of relief to actually start to see some stability coming out of this team, because for previous weeks, everyone has been hoping that they'd end up being in 1st place and making it through to the next stage. It hasn't happened yet, so it looks like it might end up being this stage of the competition. But we'll have to see what EVOS have to say themselves, because I think sort of peep into the set and just sort of hear from them. How are they feeling coming into today's games, and sort of what's going on with them mentally? Because I think it's going to hurt your ego to know that you are considered a favorite, but for every week that you've been considered a favorite, you are technically not winning, or you're not placing where you should be, which is 1st place. So I kind of wonder, like, what's that doing to EVOS mentally as a team, and how have they recovered from the lack of performance, I suppose, for the past, 5, 6 weeks?
I can tell you they don't care. Because
well, I mean, they
still
care
gonna
that they
fly
make
to
it
Hanoi.
through. That's the dream, right? Like, that is the dream, but we can't just simply assume they're gonna make it through.
No, we can. As long as you don't predict them anymore, they are going to make it, all right? The only way they don't make it is 3 days in a row, you predict EVOS is going to be in the number 1 spot. Then they are not going to make it.
But the issue to that is I've predicted them today. So have I royally messed up here? We do not know. Let's see what EVOS have to say after securing their 1st booyah of the day.
Alright, thank you, casters. 2nd game of the day, and the booyah goes to EVOS Divine! Now that is a pretty good start. I'm here with Rasha, and of course we're gonna talk a bit about the game that had just ended. Halo Rasha.
Halo.
Halo. Ini hari ini fansnya Rasha banyak banget ya. A lot of his fans are coming to the studio to watch the game live today. Kita ngobrolin dulu tentang persaingan di pekan ke-6. Masuk game kedua, apakah terasa intensitas yang berbeda? Apalagi ini adalah pekan-pekan akhir, kesempatan terakhir untuk bisa ngunci poin sebanyak-banyaknya melangkah ke grand final. Have you been been feeling the intensity of the last knockout stage, especially now that we're entering the 6th week and there's not much room for any of you guys to go or to do any mistakes? Udah berasa belum intensitas pertandingannya masuk ke pekan ke-6, apalagi ini udah pekan-pekan akhir untuk kunci poin dan gak bisa ada ruang buat kesalahan.
Mungkin main aja, aku nggak tahu apa-apa.
Gak merasakan intensitas, yang penting main aja?
Enggak.
Oh, so he's trying not to think about the intensity of the game or the competition itself. He just wants to play and wants to give his best during each and every single one of the game. Oke, kalau tadi game yang baru aja selesai, apa menurut kamu kunci suksesnya EVOS? Karena sebenarnya kalau kita lihat di game pertama juga udah nyaris banget kan. What do you think was the key of success for EVOS Divine on the second game that has just ended?
Mungkin kuncinya ya.
Kunci tak? Aku dong. Oh bukan ya. Apa dong?
Salat.
Sholat, wah jawabannya. Jadi kuncinya adalah sholat. Oke, aku translate-nya agak bingung ya. So for him, for Russia, personally, the key of success during the game that had just ended was the power of prayer, not only for him but also for the team EVOS Divine. Keren banget ibadahnya tetap jalan meskipun sibuk latihan guys. Dicontoh nih. Oke, terakhir nih. Ini adalah kesempatan terakhir, detik-detik terakhir dan kita lihat gimana Vietnam juga sebenarnya cukup desperate ya untuk bisa mengirimkan perwakilannya ke Grand Final. Apakah kamu merasakan dominasi Vietnam dari dua laga yang sudah berlangsung? Mau kamu jawab atau aku translate dulu?
Aku jawab dulu.
Oke, silakan. Apakah dominasi Vietnam itu terasa, Rasya?
Enggak sih, karena malah yang kerasa tuh tim Indo.
Ooh, so I asked him, have you been feeling the domination or the pressure coming from the Vietnam team, knowing that they haven't successfully sent any of their team to the grand final yet? And Russia here said that he doesn't really feel it. He doesn't even feel the presence of Vietnam because today, this week is all about the Indonesian team. Oke, tepuk tangan dong. Jawabannya keren banget nih, aku paling suka kalau interview Russia. But anyway, that's it for our interview on the second game. Congratulations once again. We're gonna go back to the casters because I'm sure they have a lot to say regarding the game and this interview. Take it away, casters!
That last question, AJ, was a spicy one. Okay, I'm just going to say this right now. If Rasya ever meets Yunsul, he needs to run. I swear that woman is going to smack him on the head with something.
But this kid is the only one with the guts to look at the host in her eyes and speak to her. All right, I love the kid.
I love how honest he was, right? I think for some of these interviews, you can see the players, like they want to be humble, they want to be great, but sometimes just being able to have that sort of spicy opinion, it not only is entertaining for us, but it also gives us a better idea of how the players are kind of seeing the game. Yeah. And technically, you were right earlier on, AJ, right? When I said how EVOS, they've been the favorites for so long, but they just haven't been able to make it through in the earlier stage. Like, did that impact them mentally? And Rasya basically says, we kind of don't care. This week is Indonesia's week, right? So I think that's a good sign for EVOS, that even though things didn't go well for them previously, basically today's a reset for the team.
I would love to take credit for being right, but it's just EVOS.
It's EVOS, yeah.
It's just EVOS, you know, EVOS doing EVOS things. But of course, it's not just about one player's performance, but the MVP this time ripped away by Rake, the Skylar, the sniper, the intended sniper of the squad. But I would not say he's the main sniper. The main sniper is the one and only Rasya. This is a double snipe setup that is so deadly that I think has been giving the goal to EVOS in the recent times. I mean, Rasya on the VSK has been hitting like a truck. Sometimes the M82B, the man pulls it out. And without the M82B, he still hits hard with those snipers because he brings in that iris. Unfortunately, it was not a big numbers game for EVOS this time round because they're aiming for those booyahs. Even in the previous game, you didn't really see, you know, crazy number of eliminations. But I think these numbers are just enough. As long as they're in the top 3 game after game, with these average numbers, they're most definitely going to be on the number 1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the numbers, they're considered low, but it's even across the board as well. It's not a case of just Rasya or whoever, right? Like one player on the team really doing that heavy lifting. It is across the board. But speaking of across the board, okay, it's not this one occupying the entire Fireboard again. We do have a full roster of 3. So we do have ABCD on the side of Flash going to be getting 6 eliminations for the game. Demon getting 4,500 damage for the round. And then we have Guns on the other with his 8 assists.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is how the key player highlights should be. PLS1 just not here to ruin everybody's day by ripping away their opportunities. But of course, that is pretty much Heavy in a nutshell, right? They come out of the gates bursting, but inconsistencies have always been plaguing this team. And down at the bottom, or somewhere near the bottom they are this time around. But up at the top, EVOS showing what consistency truly means. Earlier, they did not strike the Booyah, but they did manage to get enough points to still remain a threat in the competition. Now with this Booyah, in the overall standings, they should be able to launch themselves up to the top. Visaka Sriwijaya doing very well this time round with 13 eliminations, which is quite impressive.
So we do have our standings today after our first 2 games. And have a look at this. EVOS, 42 points. A massive lead over Heavy. Next team in line with 28 points. So I've played 2 games and you are almost doubled in points compared to second place and basically the entire competition. EVOS are feeling pretty dang good. And it also goes to show the consistency coming out of EVOS. Whereas for everybody else, right, we didn't really see much of a trend between games 1 and 2 outside of EVOS's performance. It's really just sort of in the air at this point. And I think now you can't, you have to question now, right? I think first place for today is kind of guaranteed. Second,
why are you leaving my WAG out of the conversation? They got to the final circle, man.
But they're 27 points.
No, you do not insult my WAG.
You gotta have the consistency, man. You gotta have the consistency. I expect more. My standards are up here for WAG. It's all the way up here. And so far, it's up here.
And this is why you don't rush the process. You see, EVOS has been very basic in Game 1 and in Game 2. These are not massive booyahs, but consistency is key, not your massive rounds. Heavy turned up in a massive game the previous time and then crashed out badly this time around because they used up all of their energy, right? But of course, we're going to see exactly who can continuously bring in this consistency once we come back from a quick short break.
Hello, Grisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle. Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have? Okay. Time to save the day again! What's happening?
Welcome back, Survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Season, powered by Red Bull. We welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the Spring and Fall FFWS SEA 2025 seasons. Powering up both seasons is absolutely phenomenal. I was about to say a word that's probably not verified for stream, so thank you, Red Bull.
Okay.
But of course, it's me, the Mustachio, alongside Danily on the casting desk once again after a long time, and we are having quite a bit of fun here, Danny.
Having so much fun. Not having fun with you because you're not sharing all the energy drinks. I see all the Red Bulls spinning in the background. I do expect one of those to be mine at some point.
See, the last I checked, mommies who just had babies should not be drinking, too much, right? You really have to take care of your nutrition. You can't be taking so much of this caffeine because you've got those little babies there as well. So I'll do the drinking on your behalf, Danny. See, I care for you.
No, that's not a good reason. But
No, it's not. Okay, all right. So,
but those drinks really, those drinks are dangerous. They are delicious. And if you didn't read the can, you probably would not know it was Red Bull. I always caught myself drinking 2 in one day, and I thought, wait a minute, slow it down. It's great. It works. Let's go back to Free Fire, shall we? Because we are getting ready for game number 3 here, AJ. Very quickly, because our viewers do not know this, we have got a bit of a player swap for 2 teams going into this next round. I don't believe there's any more here. So PE Sports is swapping out Nkung for Don't Cry. And WAG is going to be swapping out Tikui for Alan. So we've got 2 player swaps. I don't believe there is any more. Yep, I'm correct. So just the two swaps for PE and WAG.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, these changes, whether or not necessary, we will see how it impacts the squads. We will see it a little bit as well, because PE Sports obviously a little bit of, perhaps the rotation of players could be because of the unfortunate performance they've been having. WAG, on the other hand, have been performing fairly well. So I think they're just subbing in Alan in just so that Tikui can have a little bit of rest. Alan can have a little bit of playing time out there as well. So all fair and dandy for the side of WAG. I will be a little bit more concerned about EVOS though, because WAG is making these plays in, and Alan is no shabby player. He will be able to pull away big points for WAG. So I think EVOS better watch out, and they need to start picking up bigger points, because if they don't want to allow the Vietnamese team to catch up to them, they better start running away.
Yeah, although I think we do need to also quickly mention that EVOS, because they have that massive lead, they kind of have, I want to say, a 1-game buffer against everybody else, right? Like, let's say they completely bomb out on Purgatory. It doesn't mean that they're in the danger zone yet. They are still going to be pretty high up on that leaderboard. So I don't think EVOS is going to be that concerned coming into this next map, which, speaking of top 3 teams for this, Vamos, GOW, and then it's EVOS. Vamos, I kind of want to hear your thoughts on Vamos' performance today. They are doing okay, but do you feel like they are where they should be on that leaderboard yet, or do you feel like they could be a little bit higher?
They are where they should be for sure, no doubt about that at all. But I'm very sure that, Delena pulled some strings here to put Vamos at the top there, just so that she can smile a little bit. The team hasn't been as consistent as we would like them to be.
Wow, someone's putting their job on the line here. But,
as a Malaysian, I definitely want Vamos to perform much better. But I think this has been a very big problem with the Malaysian teams for a long time. They've got the skill. I think the attitude is lagging behind a little bit. I think the confidence is lagging behind a little bit. And once they get that sorted out, Vietnam better watch out, because Malaysia will catch up really fast. Once again, mechanical skills-wise, I think Malaysia can rip anybody apart, but they just do not have proper teamwork and chemistry at this point of time.
Yeah, I feel like that is one of their major weaknesses at this point of time. I'm just worried that it takes a little bit too long for the team to actually find that chemistry, because I think that's been historically the main issue.
Yeah.
In altogether. So I mean, you've got 3 days to sort of figure things out and try and fix things.
Yeah.
Is 3 days enough? We'll have to find out.
But I think they can qualify. I think they can get top 6 for sure. Whether they're going to be able to walk away with like massive booyahs and the #1 spot, that requires quite a little bit of consistency, which I think is going to be challenging. But getting enough to scrape through on that 6th spot, I think is possible. But it's also possible that they do enough on that last minute just to get to the 7th spot and be disappointed again.
Yeah, I think that's happened far too many times for the region, right? Like the representatives, they get so close and then it either comes down to one round or just a couple of cascading bad games, and it's just, we missed out because of some small mistakes. I mean, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Very, very possible for them to make it through. But I think in particular for Vamos, okay? I think the performance on this next map might be the determining factor as to whether or not they are going to solidify their spot, the top 6 for just today, right? Like if you have a great map, you need to capitalize on it. And in the case of Vamos, like this is their map. They have the best stats here.
Anirudh Trader on the YouTube chat has got some questions. Ask us your questions, brother. We are waiting for your questions. And by the way, if anyone of you guys who are tuning into the broadcast, you would like to join in the conversation as well, head on over to YouTube, look for the official Free Fire Esports YouTube channel and join us in the conversation as well. We are participating in the chat as we are participating in these matches as well as we tune in to some of the best Free Fire pro players out there. As we head on into game number 3, this is where things get a tad bit more exciting. It's purgatory time, baby.
It's purgatory time. Is it time to take a dip? We will find out later on as we see where that circle is going to be. But in the meantime, though, flight path. It is going to be a pretty central one here, so no lopsided flight path here for our teams. Although if you are trying to go towards Mount Villa or Quarry, there is going to be a significant drop. I feel bad for anyone that wants to try and drop into Ski Lodge because that is quite a distance. But at the moment here, AJ, we are looking at some pretty interesting drop zones for some of these teams, and it looks like dead center here, Expand and Flash. We could probably see these teams jumping into a little bit of a fight very early.
Yeah, and I think Flash is going to be able to walk out of that one unless Team Expand finally steps it up and shows us exactly what they're made of. I've been waiting for them to wake up for a while now. Not too sure.
Did you just throw Malaysia under the bus again?
Yeah,
You're hyping them up, and then all of a sudden you just push them in front of the closest bus.
I am qualified to throw Malaysia under the bus because I am Malaysian. I'm very critical with my assessment because I am a disappointed fan.
Disappointed fan.
Yeah, I mean, Expand at one point of time used to be the hottest kid on the block, and everybody was just simping on Expand. All right, as simple as that. But unfortunately, that version of Expand is no longer there. Pretty much the whole version of Expand is now in Vamos, pretty much broken up in pieces, and we just don't see the good old performance of Expand in the past, and Vietnam has left Malaysia in the dust. That's pretty much it. At one point, Vietnam was nowhere close to Malaysia. Vietnam was horrible out there. And now you see 5 teams from Vietnam on the Southeast Asian level, and you see teams like Heavy, you see teams like even PE Sports, as inconsistent as they are, walking away with some massive games. And it's just way more rare on the side of Malaysia. I think Vamos is the one with the biggest promise, but even they have just
They struggle, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I want to cheer for them, but they haven't given me many chances.
Well, let's hope they turn things around here on this map in particular. Now, we are watching Flash's perspective, and it looks like they have caught sight of Expand here, so it's go time for Expand, because this is not the best place to actually retreat from a potential fight. And Arfik, first player to go down thanks to Hong M. So already down to play, but Hong M, though, going to be sniped back by Decos. Great play coming in from Expand, and now this might just be what they have needed to push Flash back. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but I think a very much needed trade for Expand to be able to last longer in this match.
I don't know what was Wang thinking. I don't understand exactly how that trade makes sense, but obviously he got a little cheeky there with the XM8. He thought that, oh, I've got an assault rifle. I can assault people from afar. Yeah, they can too if they've got an assault rifle. Man, he couldn't defend himself. And the rest of the players on the side of Flash were like, oh, you asked for that one, bro. We told you not to go there. And they back away from him, looking for those coins. Obviously, the revival's not going to be too far away for Team Flash, but Huang will need to sit in the corner for a little bit, waiting to get back in the lobby. He was, on the other hand, on the chase, and it looks like they're about to find Vamos on the way.
Yeah, it looks like Vamos is going to be the goal here for them. Poor Zeus having an entire roster on his tail, and they see him too. Already half health, AJ, after just one tap. Oh, not a fun time here for Zeus. I'm assuming that they've basically just left Zeus for dead, because, yeah, there's no one else here for Vamos. It's literally just Zeus.
I have given up trying to assess the strategy from the Malaysian teams, because I'm always confused. And this is not a new thing. This has always been the age-old problem with the Malaysian squads. Splitting up early on, that meta used to work when I started casting Free Fire close to 5 years ago, right? That meta has not worked since then, but the Malaysians are still living in the past, unfortunately.
I mean, if it's what works for them, unfortunately, that's probably going to be their strat. But in the meantime, though, WAG running into a very tough skirmish here. And so far, Cyrus going to be sent down. It's really just going to be up to Alan to try and salvage this for his team. And Alan and Krillin holding down the fort here for WAG. Alan, though, just getting knocked onto the ground. X4 does get brought back there by Krillin, though. So WAG, they still have 2 players in this race. But Todak, they are still lurking around this compound.
Yeah.
So we might not be seeing Krillin alive for much longer.
Yeah, absolutely. And great replay here from the side of WAG. They get to hop on into the battle once again, all thanks to those final second revivals. But of course, they have to be very careful. 27 points, they don't want to get down too early. It's like what happened to a couple of teams earlier on. GOW would be in a situation, but as far as Onyx is concerned, with the fantastic engagement up against Visaka Srivijaya, they get the extra 3 points. GOW on the chase, though. You see the launch pad being used, but Adam is going to be zooming out of there as Zyro goes in for the chase onto Joel.
Oh, Joel, he needs to get out of here. I believe he's the last player alive for VSJ as well. Oh, that's it, VSJ. They are out of the competition. Oh, really tough. Really tough break for this team.
Don't curse them so early, Danny. They're not out of the competition yet. They're out of the lobby.
They're out of the round. They're out of the lobby, but that means they're not going to get any more points, sir. You need the points. Dang.
They're out of the competition? No.
They're out of the round.
Unfortunate for them. Unfortunate for them that they did manage to pick up decent enough points. 20 points, so mid part of the table. So this is a heavy blow in this game. So, and it's game number 3, halfway point of the day. They obviously should have been looking to play a little bit more careful like their big brothers EVOS. And that's why EVOS is not seen in the early parts of the game. Unless they're forced to fight, they will stay out of trouble as long as possible, just focusing on the loot, trying to make sure they are well prepared for the worst case scenario in terms of those coins, well prepared in terms of utilities for the battle. And that's the strategy I want to see out of the Malaysian squads as well.
Well, speaking of Malaysian squads, we have Vamos on the screen, and they're going to be temporary neighbors here with Flash, unless Flash run in the other direction. Looks like Dekos is going to be eliminated, though, on the side of Expand, so he's going to be off the map for a little bit, but a very successful assassination attempt on that side of the map. PE Sports going to be on the screen here, and it looks like they are being pursued by GOW. The team is split as well with one of the players on the other side of the river, so they got to get out of there ASAP. Otherwise, they could be losing some extra players here, and it looks like LBT has been caught.
Yep, then still not looking great for PE Sports. As Lahore and Don't Cry on that revival already, it's not looking great for the squad. Look at the utilities. I mean, Don't Cry has got no medkit, no grenades, just one glue wall to work with. Just that one little glue wall. If he gets caught out in the open by Vamos, this is going to be instant shutdown.
Yeah, and I think this is also Don't Cry's first game with the team today. So, I mean, to basically have nothing in the round and already being almost 8 minutes into the game. It's a pretty terrible start for the team. It'll be a miracle for them to somehow be able to reset their economy and hopefully get themselves in a better position, because we are starting to reach that point where that third circle is going to start kicking in and you can't play on the outside anymore. EVOS, though, they do catch sight of Todak, who has launched themselves right next to them. And the question is there going to be a gunfight breaking up between these two teams? Because they have their own houses, they've got their own space, they don't have to fight each other here if they don't want to. And I think if I was thinking through EVOS's point of view, I don't think they want to sort of break this fight out here. They probably want to wait.
Well, that's how you use the R1. And look at EVOS. Look at the utilities that they have on their side, right? Kochil with 10 medkits. I think he can get to the final circle and still have medkits on him, even if he gets into multiple fights. That's how you want to prepare for the final battle. Each and every single player has got enough coins to at least buy back 2 players if things do go wrong. This is how you are supposed to prepare at a stage like this. And you know, if you're just kind of just circling around, not really focused on how to prepare for the final battle, when that sticky situation does arise, you get snuffed out way too quickly. But Vamos, they understand that they kind of got a little bit too aggressive early on, and they're focusing to keep their heads down this time around. I like this pace better from Malaysia.
Yeah, I like how they're running with their head high. Like, can you see how confidently Vamos is sort of running around the map? They are not looking and peeking around every corner, worried that they're going to be eliminated. You can really see they're favorites for a reason. They're very comfortable on this map, and looks like GOW has been spotted. Look at how many teams are in the center of this circle, AJ. It is overpopulated here. There are a couple of teams missing from the circle. WAG coming in from the top side, Onyx from the right side, and then we have CRM, who is on the other side of the river. I have to say, they're in a terrible spot, because they will be spotted if they try to cross the river.
So, Danny, have you heard this joke before?
Oh boy,
Why
here we
did
go.
CRM cross the river?
Why did CRM cross the river?
Answer, why did CRM cross the river?
That's what I said. Why did it? What? I don't know how to take this joke.
I'm asking you, why did CRM cross the river?
To get to the other side, I don't know.
They haven't crossed the river. They need to do it before the circle catches up with them, Danny. But of course, we hop all over this.
I haven't had my Red Bull today. I'm sorry.
Team Flash being barricaded in here, but it looks like GOW is the one in trouble, because Riptide Rhythm out of nowhere from the back, and GOW getting shot at from all angles. PE Sports getting involved as well. Rasya fighting death from out of nowhere. EVOS Divine in their tiny little house is taking pot shots at everyone.
Oh boy, AJ, there is no space for anybody. Anyone shows their face outside of that compound, they are going to be popped in the head and sent into round number 4. Flash, they're going to try and put some pressure there onto EVOS, but so far nothing is connecting, which is a saving grace here for EVOS. Oh, well, we did see a little bit of damage there, so one of the bullets did connect. Onyx, though, on the outskirts, they will be making their way through, but it's going to be in too heavy. This is probably one of the worst teams to run into right now, especially with how aggressively this team played earlier today. But Crime doing the best that he can for his team, trying to find a safe entry point for their team, because where else can they go? It's down from here. They can't really go in any other direction.
Blue wanting to say hello to their big brothers, but they don't understand that this lobby is fierce. But Wang getting knocked down onto the ground out of nowhere. Dude, EVOS is just, they have something against Flash here. They are just interfering in every single gunfight, taking away one by one the members of Team Flash. But GOW being shot at by multiple teams. It's their own Vietnamese players ripping away those points. PE Sports Heavy will do GOW in, but one final survivor. Question is, how long more does he survive? There's not even a vending machine close enough for him to get, unless he wants to battle PE Sports for it.
It would be a miracle if GOW survive, but we'll have to see, right? Sometimes you can get a little creative in this game of survival. Looks like PE Sports, though, going to be copping a couple of bullets there from Vamos. Jun doing the best that he can, but they do need to get that one decisive hit to sort of break through this team. But Vamos, watching PE Sports, they're kind of waiting for them to finally make that call to just go. They don't have any grenades on the axle though. It would be great if they did. They do catch Don't Cry though, who's now on the ground thanks to Demon. GOW actually working with Vamos here, preventing PE Sports from moving.
Yeah, this version of Vamos. Keep your heads down, get that loot, and play that final circle. This is what we need out of them. And Zuwest has got that LMG in hand. Got not the greatest rate of fire, not the greatest position, but you will be able to provide a suppressive fire in a sticky situation, especially in that final circle. But Vamos now needs to journey across this open ground, and they do not walk. They take the launch pad, and they put themselves on a roof.
Put themselves on the roof. That means they have top-down view of everybody, and as long as they have blue walls, this might just be Vamos' game, but they have no eliminations to their names, so it's time to put the pedal to the metal here, Vamos, and grab those points. But also be careful of your 6. There are still a couple of teams with those higher ground vision. Demon on the outskirts of that circle, able to pick himself up, but I don't know if the launch pad's going to be enough. I think he may have just fallen from the ground.
My God. Danley, I don't know what's happening here. I mean, this circle's broken. You've got still 11 teams surviving, 37 players. This is absolute pandemonium. You look anywhere, you're going to find a player. And PE Sports found a few players in the name of Vamos. Beautiful shutdown. Vamos picking up those crucial points now. Team Heavy, you've got Allen moving on fork. Has got the shield in hand and a charge busted. That's out of meta, brother. And Team Heavy will pelt them down with those shots. Krillin, the final player. Glue wall goes down. Heavy shows up strong to snuff out their brother Krillin, taking out WAG in the 10th spot.
Heavy is heating up. They're up to 6 eliminations, whereas EVOS are now sitting on 5. So we're starting to see our top dogs in this race. It's going to be EVOS and Heavy. It looks like Vamos trying to really show their stuff, but we haven't really seen any updates on their kill feed as of yet. Rasia does get dropped, but he will be picked up by his team, immediately healed up. EVOS understand that they need Rasia up on the field to dish out that damage. But look at this though, AJ. Every single compound has been occupied, but look at where Heavy is. I don't know how Heavy is going to find their way into the circle unless they have access to maybe a launch pad and maybe jump onto one of those other houses on the other side. They are going to launch themselves onto the roof on top of Flash's compound. This is huge. But look at this though, Expand. The team gets absolutely shredded. They're going to lose everyone except for Volt, who is hiding in that corner. But this might just be the end of the road here for Expand.
I mean, unfortunate for Expand. Luki's not going to get picked up. Walls runs straight in behind his big brothers Vamos. This is not looking like a good spot for Expand, but the survivability could stop. June just catches the man as I say that he might be able to survive. And now Vamos trying to open up the area for themselves right ahead in that compound. It's Team Heavy, but thankfully Heavy's not in that house. They're right behind it, playing the circle like a genius.
Playing that circle so well. EVO's still hiding within that compound. They really want to get rid of Heavy, and they have to be so careful of +1 on that rooftop. +1's position, I think this could be a game-winning move here for Heavy unless someone can either shoot him down or get him to actually move from that position. Next circle is going to be heading towards the southern side, and it looks like it's going to be Vamos' circle, so it might just be the way for this team to secure that booyah. And it's time to move now, AJ, because if you don't start moving now, that circle is going to take you out. Onyx, got to be so careful. Look at Todak, just keeping them on their toes.
Well, like you said it right, Vamos has got the advantage, but so does EVOS right above them. Issue is EVOS on that second floor. They will have to hop on down, and that animation is probably going to give that an opportunity to Vamos taking them out. Vidal's the shot from the back, yet another Malaysian squad still active in here. Todak has not been snuffed out, but CRM, we can't say the same for them.
That's going to be it for them. Onyx are still guarding that circle, as well as Vamos. EVOS, though, are putting some pressure here on the other side. Flash, they still have Zom in that back compound, but he's going to have to try and figure out a way to make it through towards that next circle, because he is all alone. We can see Heavy moving, though, into that next compound. I do believe that's EVOS' compound as well, occupying that first floor. As long as these two teams don't engage, this means they're still going to remain within the competition. This circle is moving, but AJ, how are these teams not dropping? They don't want to engage. They all realize how dangerous of a match this has suddenly become.
Dude, this is the final circle, and the final circle...
5 teams!
has just moved and it's just going to shrink now. And you're right. We had 6 teams moments ago. Now 5 as Flash gets eliminated. But EVOS now takes the roof. Raja down at the bottom. And it's going to be a battle that's about to ensue between Heavy and Team Vamos. EVOS spotting out Todak from across the battlefield and will try to stop the rotation. But they fail big time on that.
Ray doing the best that he can with this top-down view, but so far these connections are not landing for the team. Heavy! Oh, Kabi actually gets caught there on the side of Heavy, and he's going to go down right away. But look at this though, Heavy, they have nowhere to go because all they have is that blue zone behind them. Plus one is low, will start to heal himself back up, but Onyx, I have to say, they're in a really good spot here. They don't have to worry about any teams above them or below them. So they have a clear line of sight. We might be able to see a bit of a swipe here for Onyx to maybe grab the booyah themselves as long as they show restraint. We've seen in the previous round, you've got to hold yourself. Rasia, they're going to go down thanks to Vamos. That's the big player on the side of EVOS out of the game. And Coach Hill drops as well. It's just 2 players left for EVOS.
Absolutely. And now Toda are at the top. And they do manage to corner EVOS. Toda should be able to finish this off now. Big play here. No key. Misses that opportunity, but makes sure he runs away to the rest of his team members who can back him up to remain surviving in here. EVOS left on with 2 more players. They had the loot, but they do not have the advantage in this absolute crazy circle. And out of
Ray
nowhere,
has no glue balls.
There's
no glue balls on Ray. They've got nothing they can use for cover, so Ray's gonna go down. We have 4 on the side of Aim God, so he might be the saving grace here on the side of EVOS. Onyx still surviving there with a full roster and 8 eliminations. It might come down to them here. Vamos still in that compound. Onyx rushing forward, wanting to get rid of whoever is outside. It's Aim God hiding behind his glue walls, but now he's out of health. He's out of the game. It's Vamos versus Onyx.
Come on, Malaysia. Vamos should walk away with the booyah here. They've got the eliminations, but what a drop on Onyx! Just absolutely snuffing them out in a blink of an eye with the M590s. Adam's going to get knocked down by the play zone. Zyru inside. Adrian and Onyx Olympus will make sure Malaysia does not walk away with a booyah. They take this one, and it is an absolute special one for Crime MKS going up against his ex-partners.
That's huge for Onyx, and it came down to their final positioning within that circle. I think you saw that as well, AJ. They had nobody to compete with. They had no neighbors. There was no one that was really focusing them down. They were really sort of keeping to themselves, and we saw that in the previous match. Sometimes, especially when you get into these really big cluster fights, the less attention you draw to yourself, the more opportunities you give yourself in the future to be able to grab those eliminations. And so because of this Onyx, because no one was pressuring them, they were free to do what they want as the game drew later and later. So for Onyx, grab this here. This is huge for this team because up until this point, they did not grab any booyahs. They have not gotten any significant eliminations to their name. Now they've gotten a big injection of points that should be enough to actually push them into top 6 now.
I mean, damn, what a game. I mean, Raju almost got super excited there in the YouTube chat because he was like, yes, AJ's going to be proven wrong. The Malaysian team's going to walk away with the booyah. And damn, I really thought that the Malaysian team was going to walk away with the booyah as well. Vamos and Toda stepping it up on the game right after we talk about how weak Malaysia has been in the run so far is phenomenal, and it keeps them in the conversation, and this is what we need to see out of them, right? I don't really mind them not walking away with the booyah because I think Vamos had a massive game this time around. Decent numbers of elimination to take them away from that final spot, because the last time we checked the overall leaderboard, Vamos were down in the 12th spot.
Look, you gotta do what you gotta do to grab those points. I am a little sad for Vamos. I was kind of hoping they would grab the booyah as well to, you know, really uplift them in today's games. But I mean, look, do the best that you can, grab those points, and do the math later today, okay? Try and figure out, okay, how many points do we need to get on average for these remaining games, and how much leeway do we have when it comes to grabbing these points? Because it's only day 1, right? Like, is it the be-all end-all if you are in last place? It's gonna be tough, but I don't think it's impossible after day 1. You've still got 2 more days. If you are still on the bottom and it's at the end of day 2, okay, maybe you start panicking, okay? That's your call to start panicking.
Yeah, I agree. But the saving grace here is top 6 makes it through to the finals. So even if you are down at the bottom here on the final day, you're not looking for the #1 spot. And I don't think the teams who are at the bottom 6 are going to be clocking in so many points where you can't really drag yourself out of the final spot, right? I think game after game, we're going to see the overall leaderboard change quite a little bit. But it's all about consistency, especially because it's not just a one-day sprint. It's a 3-day marathon, 18 games in total, where these teams just need to give decent performance game after game, but be in that final circle as much as possible. EVOS is doing it right. I mean, EVOS didn't walk away with a booyah, but I don't think EVOS cares about that at all.
No, they got the eliminations, they got great placement as well, so, I mean, they're in the ideal spot. But anyways, let's see what Onyx have to say after securing their first booyah today.
All right, thank you, casters. Third game of the day, and Onyx Esports stole the booyah, y'all. This is the second booyah for Indonesia, and I'm here with Siro to talk about the game that has just ended. Hi, Siro.
Oh, Mbak.
Gimana rasanya booyah pertama hari ini di pekan terakhir, pekan ke-6 yang banyak dibilang adalah pekan keramat. How does it feel to finally get your very first booyah entering the 6th week, aka the last week of the knockout stage?
Belum puas, Kak.
Masih belum puas?
Belum.
Not satisfied yet. Obviously, ini memang kan sebenarnya masih game ketiga. Masih ada kesempatan nih 3 game lagi. Kalau secara realistis kita ngebahas target dari pelatih, dari tim, dari CEO tuh seperti apa sih untuk Onyx Esports? Realistically speaking, what exactly is the target that you guys have in mind for Onyx Esports, especially now that we're on the last week of the knockout stage?
Kalau buat day ini kita target di top 2 sih.
Ooh, so the target for today is to finish on the second when it comes to the board of the day. Kenapa kedua? Kenapa nggak satu? Tanggung tahu?
Satunya di final.
Oh, gitu. Jadi I asked him, why second? Why not first? And then he said that we'll get to the first board. We'll get to the first number on the board on the final day. Terakhir, ngelihat gimana perjuangan dari tim-tim Indonesia. Menurut kamu pesaing yang bisa dibilang ini nggak bisa diremehin tuh siapa? Apakah justru EVOS dengan nama besarnya atau Veshaka yang kalau kita berikan kesempatan sebenarnya bisa tampil luar biasa berbahaya?
Semua berbahaya sih, Kak.
Jadi nggak ada yang merasa lebih atau kurang gitu, nggak ada?
Nggak ada.
Okay, so I just asked Shiro between the two teams that Indonesia have other than Onyx Esports, which is EVOS Divine and Pesaka Sriwijaya, which one of them do you think is the hardest to beat and the one that you can slip on? And then he said that both of the teams are actually pretty dangerous. So yeah, they just have to focus on both and not get bitten by both, obviously. Oke, sebelum kita kembali lagi ke caster, Siro, apa yang mau kamu sampaikan untuk para fans Onyx Esports yang lagi pada nonton dan senang banget karena akhirnya udah ada booyah 1 hari ini buat kalian?
Buat para Sonic tetap dukung kita, mau di bawah mau di atas, tetap dukung aja. Kita bakal ngasih hasil yang terbaik sih.
I asked him, is there anything you'd like to say to the supporters of Onyx Esports? And he said, please keep on supporting us. Whether or not we're on top, we're still going to give the best for you, to each and every single one of you, the fans of Onyx Esports. All right, thank you, Siro. Congratulations once again. Don't go anywhere just yet because we're going to hear about what the casters are going to say regarding this interview. Take it away, casters.
I love the hunger. Okay, you can never be satisfied after you grab that one victory. You've got to experience that thrill of the win once again. And I think in the case of Onyx, you still have to chase those wins because you are not safe. On day one, you want to be top 6, you want to feel safe, so at least you have some kind of backup, you've got some padding to work with going into that game number 2. Sorry, day number 2. Because as much as I love Onyx, they are a great team to watch. They have some really fun players. It's a team that's, I think like a lot of other teams in this grouping, they lack the consistency for you to confidently say, okay, they will always grab this number of points. They can guarantee their placement in the tournament. No, we've seen days where it's just, it's not Onyx day.
I mean, for sure, right? I mean, we've seen that, but that final circle was just pure pandemonium. I have never seen a circle like that before, where we are like close to 15 minutes in and 11 teams were still surviving. That was just pure insanity. And I don't even know how Onyx managed to survive that long because they were just being, ganged upon. Players were just shooting at them non-stop. But they managed to maneuver around, try to play and hide and seek the best possible. And I guess the team that wins the hide and seek this time is the Indonesian squad of Onyx. Zyro with the MVP, 6 eliminations, 6 knockdowns, 2,640 on the damage with the electrotherapy on point. Cassie, he's the support player and he's the one walking away with the MVP. So that's the big one for this guy.
Hey, supports are allowed to be MVPs too, okay? It can't just be the snipers.
Amen.
They get too
Amen.
much
I agree.
attention. Too much attention. But great round for Onyx. I hope they can keep this up. I really do. We just have to see a little bit more from this team in these next upcoming games for me to really say, is Onyx going to maybe be able to make it to the next stage of that competition? I mean, this is already some great news. Statistics-wise, this might seem high, but I'm going to say this right now. The statistics are going to be very bloated because of how clustered this game was. We saw so many teams within the confines of a tiny circle. Lots of teams buying back in the round as well. So you're going to see some high damage numbers because there was a lot of damage overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, I understand where you're coming from. The support players can be the MVP, but usually that's not the case, right? They are enabling their rushes to bring in these points. But Zyro was going in there halfway and he's like, bro, I'll just do it myself. 6 supports as well, 6 eliminations. And, as the support player, he was doing his job and he was doing his rushes job. And I think this is an issue that Onyx needs to sort out because their rushes should be pulling in the numbers and big time, right? But of course, it's not really a bad thing because this game will allow Onyx to really jump up the leaderboard. PLS1 shows up again. This time it doesn't sneak away all 3 plates, just a single one as the damage for the sniper of Team Heavy. Mufasa showing up with the total assist. And I wonder how much did Heavy get out of this game because placement-wise, Heavy has been abysmal today. But, placement-wise, they've been abysmal. Eliminations should be really carrying them up to the top. Onyx Olympus, 25 points in total. Yeah, with the eliminations as well, they are still going to maintain the #1 spot.
So it's technically, I think, under Heavy circumstances that sort of relate to Heavy, these are decent stats. I think they're okay with this. But we know that this team can absolutely do better. It was just a case of those final circles. And I guess the placement of the circle probably did not help as well because there were so many compounds, like lots of places for teams to hide. So it just made it much more difficult to really put in that very aggressive play that we're so used to seeing in today's matches. So, I mean, it's not that bad for Heavy. They still managed to occupy that second spot, 42 points. They're closing that gap between them and EVOS, which for EVOS fans, you would love to see EVOS stay at the top of the bracket for the next 3 days, but they kind of have to step up a little bit because Heavy, the consistency that they put on today is very admirable.
I mean, 3 Malaysian flags, not at the bottom of the leaderboard. I think Malaysia's winning already, but we just need a little bit more from them, a little bit more of the consistency. Like I said, I don't want us to see massive numbers of eliminations, just get to that final circle. And I think Todak and Mamas got that right this time around. And I'm pretty sure they're playing on one of the best devices out there, the Samsung Galaxy Ultra. The newest version of the Samsung Galaxy Ultra is the S25. It comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor featuring an enhanced Falcon engine and improved ray tracing technology. Ray tracing on a mobile phone, once again, is truly mind-blowing. This delivers outstanding performance, lifelike graphics, and a smooth gaming experience. And with powerful AI capabilities as well, Danny, top-tier performance, the Galaxy S25 Ultra becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers, content creators, pretty much anyone. You can be anyone, and you will still have a good time with this phone. You've got it, Danny. I'm a little jealous.
Okay, not the 25, I got the 24, so
okay.
I'm almost in that same boat.
You're not
essentially,
awesome then.
I'm not. I'm sorry for being a bit too early to the party, but honestly, it's like a mini. It's a mini computer. It is so good. So I mean, I recommend the 24, but if you have the budget, just go with the 25. Okay? That phone's going to last. But let's focus on this next round, AJ, because we are going to be flying into Alpine for round number 4. And so far for today, we have not had any repeat teams getting booyahs. It has been a different team across the board, but it might change going into Alpine.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think this is going to be a a huge shocker. But I've got a question for the chat. Who do you guys think is going to walk away with the booyah next? And I don't want a team's name. I want a flag because Vietnam has got the first one. And back-to-back, we've had the pleasure of seeing the CC, who has literally a fan base in the YouTube chat at this point of time. But do you guys think Malaysia will be able to walk away with the next booyah? They may not be on the top 3 teams for this Alpine map, but the last I checked, I think Vamos is very comfortable here, Danny.
They're comfortable, but I mean, if you take a look at the stats on the screen at the moment, right, it is supposedly in favor of EVOS, WAG, and Heavy. And in particular for EVOS, because look at the difference in points between first and second place here for stats. 197 compared to, what, 140, 150? That's a big gap.
Hell yeah. I mean, that's why you and I have been cursing EVOS for a while now. they know how to play a
Doing
good
my
game
job
of Free Fire.
apparently. I was hired to curse a single team. I don't know why I'm being brought into this broadcast.
To curse that single team. That's exactly why we hired you. EVOS
Oh my gosh.
is literally topping the charts for every single map. And
Who did
they're
EVOS
still
tick
not...
off? I do question this. Who did they tick off? I need to find out because this is a mystery for me.
Yeah.
Look, they might prove us wrong. They might be the first team to actually grab 2 booyahs today because again, we've only had single booyahs across the road. But EVOS statistically across all the maps so far, aside from I think Purgatory or last map, that was the only map that they were not the favorites on, statistically speaking. So
yeah.
Maybe they won't grab the booyah because they're on top of the leaderboard again.
How
That's
dare
been
you say
the
that about
curse.
how dare you say that about EVOS? But of course, let's hop on into this next game, ladies and gentlemen. It's Alpine time. And let's see if or not a Malaysian squad will be able to walk away with the booyah. We've got 3 Malaysian teams playing in here today. Expand, Vamos, and Todak. And I think Expand has been having a decent day, performing even better than Vamos thus far.
Which is actually quite shocking, right? Because I think most people would instantly assume for the Malaysian teams, Vamos is supposed to be the leader for the region. So for that to happen today, either something's going on or Expand had a light bulb. Something's just clicked. We'll see if that continues on for the rest of today though, because so far for our drop zones, we are not seeing any direct competition for any of these drop points as of yet. So it looks like it might be a bit of a quiet early game here, AJ.
And I hate games like that. I like chaos.
Well, you're casting the wrong game.
Hey. Free Fire is one of the most chaotic games, all right?
If the teams choose to be chaotic, we do not have this power. We simply observe.
You remember when we were casting, what was it? MCPS? Season 1?
Wait, okay, when you say MCPS, you have to say the season because you can't just say MCPS. Oh, let me think back to the multiple
after 3
seasons.
children, you have gone deaf. I just said season 1.
Yeah, after.
Remember those days when 2 teams will be doing battle and we'll see the nameplates of other teams on the screen and they're like 5 miles away and I was like, okay. So that was a different kind of chaos. This chaos is a cleaned up chaos, right? The meta is so balanced. The teams are all, they're not equal on many fronts, but there's that capability of RNG that can still mess up even the best team's gameplay out there, right? And I think that's the best situation to have out here. Instead of just having a scenario where you're going to just have Buriram, for example, dominate every game after game after game and make this whole thing boring.
I will advise to all of our wonderful viewers, if you need to do anything, as in go to the toilet or grab a drink, this might be the best time to do it because I do suspect something's going to happen soon, but maybe not for the next minute. So yeah, go bring your phone with you if you have to. Do whatever. Go. Oh, actually, no, don't do it
the
now.
The moment
because
you said that.
I did jinxed it, which is a good thing, AJ. The chaos is happening.
Thanks for jinxing it. I like that chaos. All right. ABCD. Man does not have the M590 just yet. Let's see if we can get it done with this shorty. Let's bump towards the glue wall. Obviously not going to tag anyone just yet. Upper floor progress here for Expand. The electrotherapy, the basic therapy connected onto ABCD. And the Zom with the support from the back. The rest of the Flash players need to come on in here for this battle as well. So we also see EVOS not too far away. They could just hear the gunshots here at Fusion and drop by to say hello. With a big mistake. as he goes away too far from his partner who has the Drogon, because we'll be able to buy back Luki in the meantime. But Flash doing a number on the expand players. And Hafik flying on in and will be able to find ABCD, but Death brings exactly that to Hafik. Decos meets him, but the Bison way too strong, and Team Flash will win this bout.
Wow, but they actually made that look a little bit scary. I have to say, Expand, they reacted very, very well in that situation, regardless of the team that they actually went up against. So I can kind of understand why Expand is actually performing a little bit better than Vamos for today in particular. WAG, though, looking to harass GOW within the confines of their compound. They've just got to somehow break through, because GOW, they are split between 3 different compounds. Yambin and Ton is together. We have a sniper on one of the rooftops, and then in a back compound, we have another player as well, getting ready to retreat and maybe have to go for that revival play. But WAG, they say, hey, we see that sniper, let's get rid of them first.
And the civil war between WAG and GOW is going to take a pause for a little bit now, as WAG just puts a little bit of distance between them. I think there's still one straggler from the back, and I don't think WAG wants to take this flank and backstab. Krillin is...
Ooh, I think X-Ball wants to try and snipe D.
Oh, beautifully done.
Oh.
X-Ball gets away in the nick of time. Yan been too slow, brother.
Oh, that was super scary, though. If he got one tap there, that would have been deadly. On side of Expander, we do see 2 buybacks, so it looks like they have managed to somehow find some place to recover and bring the team back. Malaysia is back, baby. Although things are looking really scary here for WAG as they continue to try to flush out GOW, but so far, no go.
I wasn't a big fan of the expand engagement, because I think they could have played it a little bit more patient based on their guns. But Alan here trying to make sure that GOW will regret this thrust, but Demon, what a shot from the window. AWM straight to the chest, will be able to get the knockdown onto Alan. Man just got subbed in here, but already with 2 eliminations. You see exactly why they brought him in.
I mean, Alan's on fire today. keep him in, man, if he's going to be able to grab you those elimination points. WAG, they're going to continue with the chase as X4 has been caught out by Deep, but they do finally down. So the threat has been eliminated for WAG. Back to doing whatever they want to really down here. Occupying that bottom right-hand corner of that circle just under Stadium. So I guess the question here is, where is this next circle going to be going for this particular match? And how is the circle going to impact the other teams that might be towards the outskirts of that circle, right? Because the distribution of teams can determine who is going to make a deep run and who isn't. And so far, EVOS are looking pretty clear here. There's no team anywhere. North, south, east, or west is clear. So I guess just a free looting game for... Oh, but WAG, they actually catch sight of Expand? No, they're using the vending machine. Do they know Expand is here?
Well, they're going to find
now. They do.
Risk exposure. Oh, the quota popped by Expand, giving away the information. WAG, they could have just kept them guessing at that point in time. But now Expand has all this information, which they choose to do nothing about. They just want the vending machine. They want WAG to go away.
I mean, successful so far, so it's a win-win of Expand as well as WAG, right? Now these teams losing too many resources in that process.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a peace treaty. Both teams just signing that peace treaty and going along their merry way. Don't cry, they might be crying in just a second, because in the confines of far too many Flash players, and that's going to be a free, easy point here for Flash, who is sitting on 6 eliminations, AJ.
No glue wall, you cry. Don't cry. No glue wall, you cry. I mean, running out in the open without a glue wall is just a bad idea. If you guys,
I mean, you're allowed to cry now. So.
Don't cry. It's definitely crying.
Welcome to cry.
Flash with 6 eliminations. What the hell? Okay, all right.
I just said that. Did you not pay attention to me? Jesus.
Nope.
I wonder what Shalini thinks when she starts talking to you. Man.
Exactly what you're thinking now. WAG is on for a decent start. Look, it's not me, okay? It's a guy thing, all right?
Oh, it's a guy thing. Don't listen to your women. All right.
That's
why there's chaos in the world.
It's a common problem, right? My wife goes around complaining to everyone, and then all her girlfriends are telling her, "Wait, you're facing the same problem." Yeah, you all face the same problem.
Oh, wait. You know who might have a problem though? Heavy. Dead center. We see EVOS and Heavy having a bit of a stare off in that central area of that circle. Speaking of the circle and the placement as well, because everyone is so spread out, we might have a situation where we could be looking at another 11 teams very deep within this game because teams are just not running into each other. Oh, but Vamos is here too. So we've got 3 teams. Heavy, Vamos, and EVOS.
You just get excited every time you see Vamos, don't you?
I get excited when I see teams that are far too close to each other. We need to social distance again.
Oh, please don't get me started, man. The Big C is back with a vengeance, and it's not fun. But okay, I hope everybody stays safe. Please wear your mask when you guys go out. That's a public service
And
announcement.
please wash your hands. Wash your hands.
Wash your hands, wash your face, wash your brains, wash everything, guys. Be clean, all right? Danny's speechless.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how do I wash my brain without causing some kind of damage, you know? It's just...
You meditate. You meditate. You cleanse that brain.
I meditate, okay. Okay.
Yeah, CRM 4 eliminations. I mean, it's good to see them showing up here with the numbers. Everybody on their team just sharing the eliminations with each other. But up against Visaka Sriwijaya, who's been having a terrible day today, CRM can just use them as a launchpad. Both CRM and Visaka Sriwijaya currently sitting down at the bottom of the leaderboard, just back-to-back with each other. Visaka Sriwijaya in the 10th spot, CRM in the 11th, 2 points separating them. So this is a very big fight between these two teams.
It is a really big fight. So yeah, I have to say CRM having a really tough day today, right? Both of these teams not having the really best of days. They kind of have to make it through, and the fact that both of them ran into each other, a really unfortunate circumstance, but someone's going to have to sort of break through, and it has to be VSJ because they are the team that is the furthest away from that circle. All it takes is a really great grenade to connect. It does get a couple of connections. No immediate knockdowns as of yet, but the rush is finally happening here for VSJ, and they get off bay. Then Guns as well. 2 players down, and CRM, oh, but the double shot as well. Another 2 players going down. It's a 2 for 2.
It's a 2 for 2, but it's a 4 for them. CRM picking up 4 clean points off of Visaka Sriwijaya, forcing them to exit the lobby in the 12th spot. That's a brilliant engagement.
Brilliant engagement, but also gave me a small heart attack. Could have gone sideways here for both teams, but I think just breathing a sigh of relief that they didn't suffer severe casualties in what could have been a really dangerous fight. But we have 11 teams still in the competition, 44 warm bodies to shoot down, and we are at the 3rd circle. AJ, we could be looking at a really bloated game here with a number of teams and players still remaining.
Oh, you don't talk to me about bloated. I haven't eaten the whole day, and I feel like a little balloon. Well, I'm not floating up just yet because I'm a little overweight, but it's all right. But yeah, man, no bloated talk today, all right?
Yes, sir.
He was once again having a slow start, and I like this. This is the kind of pacing you want for yourself. But the question is, who chooses to take on the big dogs first? Or the big tigers, I have to say. Onyx, what is that? What are Onyx? Is Onyx a hedgehog?
Yep. Actually, it could be an echidna, but I do think it's a hedgehog.
It could be a what?
It could be a echidna, an Australian hedgehog. Have you not heard of an echidna?
I have never heard of that. Australia has its own unique hedgehog?
Yes, it's not a hedgehog, it's literally just called an echidna, but it looks like a hedgehog, and it has a pocket to put its babies inside.
What?
And it lays eggs.
What?
Now don't sound strange. Actually, wait, I have no idea anymore. I think it does. Do echidnas lay eggs? We will find out after this broadcast. I do need to research my Australian wildlife again because we have some crazy stuff in Australia.
you guys most definitely do. I thought kangaroos were friendly, bro, until they were built and jacked up bodybuilders. But of course, WAG trying to take out the bodybuilders. Vamos! And what a nade in there. Hitting them like a truck. But WAG not too fancy with the footwork here as well. Alan 8 will be able to wipe out the final player on the side of Vamos as those ice grenades are belted at them. And now WAG facing heavy losses and 2 Malaysian teams making the exit back-to-back. And it was the exact 2 Malaysian teams that made it to the final circle earlier. And that's exactly what I'm talking about as to why I'm disappointed with them.
Well, back to the drawing board for them for that next game. They're going to have to spend some time trying to figure out what their issues are, right? So that they can stabilize their performance going into this next game. But let's focus on this one here because we still have 9 teams remaining, 33 players. And look at Hong trying to put some pressure here onto Onyx, who's trying to find some kind of cover here because look how open the circle is. There is almost no natural cover to work with, no houses to work with. So it's going to be a battle of blue walls and hills, AJ.
Oh, Neptune just corrected. He said Sonic the Hedgehog, and then he bracketed Onyx out of Sonic. So it's definitely a hedgehog. Dude, this man corrected. You need an old man to crack stuff like this. Neptune's the guy.
Neptune's the guy. Oh, gosh. All right, hang in there, folks. Hang in there. We are starting to see some teams try to put some pressure here onto these teams on that low ground. I have to say, though, Flash are in a brilliant position here because they're using the cover of this little dip in the ground. And they are trying to put some pressure here onto Expand. Look at Expand. They can't even leave their compound without being sniped by these teams on the outside. This is free food. So many bodies on the ground. 3 points for taking. It's a buffet.
It's a buffet indeed, and Expand's not doing the eating. They are being eaten alive out there. Unfortunate. Well, thankfully, Sierra makes the exit first, so Expand can smile a little bit before they exit the lobby. 8 more teams left on in here. It's just pure chaos, and I love this chaos that's breaking out early instead of the final circle. WAG is going to be put down to the ground as well. Cyrus, with the Horizon line in his pocket, is going to get snuffed out in the 8th spot.
Oh, it looks like we saw 2 teams eliminated there, so PE Sports was out, and Heavy, surprise, surprise, have been eliminated from the round. We do have Flash on the screen, though, sitting on 11 eliminations, but I think the team might just have crossed the line here and bitten too much, and it looks like Onyx are going to be able to eliminate them here. We have Adam, Adrian, Crime, and Zyro keeping their position, and they do eliminate Flash, one of the Goliaths out of the competition. Now up to Evos, putting pressure here onto GOW, who is out in the open, really just relying on hay bales for cover, but the hay bales not going to be enough. And now Onyx, spurred on from that recent success, pushing themselves into Evos. If they can get rid of Evos, this would be huge for Onyx.
Yeah, it's a big if though. Onyx wrapping around from the back. Civil War about to break out here. And we still have a Malaysian squad in here. And that's a miracle, I think. 17% win rate here for Expand. But if Onyx can do a number on Evos right here, right now, with the help of PE Sport, Malaysia could actually bring us to the uncle. And I don't mean Neptune.
I mean, they could, but it's going to come down to whether or not they have the restraint, AJ, right? That is one of the things that has been winning some of these teams, these games. Restraint. Do not put yourself in a position to fight if you don't need to. Look at this, though. Evos hiding within the compound. PE Sports could be the reason why Evos get flushed out of this compound, because you can't go left because Onyx is there. You can't go right because PE is there. So, Evos, what's the play? Are you going to stay in that compound or are you going to start moving?
Well, this is the moment where PE just desperately wishes that they Riptide Rhythm from Expand, breaking the defenses of Onyx here, but very easy glue wall, erected once again outside the circumference of that Riptide Rhythm. Very smart play from the Indonesian squad of Onyx. Still playing this very well up against Evos, waiting for that opportune moment for Evos to step on out. But Expand tossing those glue wall melters, breaking down the defenses of Onyx and distracting them. And Onyx says enough is enough. They're going for Expand.
Look at that beautiful play from PE Sports. They launch themselves into the circle, and now it's going to be Onyx to chase out Expand. And I think Expand, they absolutely regret sticking their nose into Onyx business, because now they are out of the competition. It's Onyx, PE, and Evos remaining. LBT, they're going to be hitting the ground here for PE Sports. So it looks like Onyx, Evos already putting pressure on the team, trying to use this new compound, because we do have some cover now because this circle has finally moved. PE Sports hiding within the confines of that compound, but you can see Onyx, they want to take over this. PE Sports grouping up together in that corner. I don't like this play, AJ.
I love the play by Evos, though, just letting these boys get the job done. PE obviously putting the hurt onto Evos, and this is the final tail end of that battle, and Evos can finally get involved once again. Crime MKS gets caught out in the open. 13 medkits on this boy. He can recover for all day long, but the circle is not going to be dragged on for much longer. Crime MKS, decent enough glue wall for him to battle with, barricades himself in, gets caught outside with Rassia, but Rassia outplays Crime with the M590, and now it's a 4v2. Zyro moving around with that beautiful Rebel Rush, but unfortunately he's got nowhere else to run to, and Evos will secure the 2 booyahs that you asked for, Danny.
That was insane. I don't know how EVOS did not get eliminated before hitting that next checkpoint, because they were sandwiched between two teams. They were sandwiched between PE Sports as well as Onyx, and they somehow, some way were able to make their way into that next circle without losing a player and basically just letting the competition finish each other off, right?
Yeah.
Because you could see Onyx, they changed their attention. They wanted to get rid of who was on the other side again? I totally forgot, but they Expand. They decided to go onto
How
Expand
dare you?
instead.
How dare you forget Expand?
There's people, I'm trying my best here, AJ. I'm fighting to survive on the broadcast. But I think Expand did make one major mistake, and that was to basically trigger Onyx, because it all started with a glue wall melter. If that didn't happen, I kind of feel like Expand probably would not have died there.
Yes, I agree with you. They poked the wrong animal, and everybody knows you don't poke a hedgehog, right? First of all, it's absolutely rude to poke a hedgehog. Secondly, you might just hurt yourself, and that's exactly what happened to Expand. But jokes aside, if you're going to use your Riptide Rhythm, you need to have decent communication on your side. And Onyx was fully exposed. They were at the side of that house. Running to the back of the house means they have to tank the blue and possibly just hurt themselves even more, because they can't wrap around and sit in between EVOS as well as PE Sports. So Expand using that Riptide Rhythm was genius. But zero follow-up? Inexcusable. That was a terrible play from the Malaysian squad. And then later on, they followed up with the glue wall melters. The glue wall melters were there, but there were no shots that followed up. And Onyx was like, all right, this is clearly a team that we can take on. They just rushed at them. Easy 4 points for the Indonesian squad. I don't know. I think that one was a lesson Expand definitely needs to learn something from.
Yeah, I think another thing to sort of think about, right, is that in a situation where, let's say we've got 4 teams remaining and you've got that circle moving, you're clearly going to fight back against a team that is poking you. The team that's not doing anything, you just leave them alone. So, I mean, congratulations to EVOS, second booyah. Let's see what they have to say during their interview.
All right. Thank you, casters, survivors. Indonesia's on fire tonight, and another booyah for EVOS Divine. I am extremely happy, if you can't see from my expression, and I'm here with my friend Ray. Hello, Ray.
Halo.
Wah, keren banget EVOS hari ini. Apakah memang target kalian hari ini adalah mengambil buya sebanyak-banyaknya, meratakan semua yang ada di hadapan kalian, atau apa sih menurut kamu kunci dari stabilitas permainan EVOS sejauh ini? Is your target today is to secure as many buya as you can, or I don't know what exactly is the secret behind EVOS stability in terms of performance so far?
Mungkin target kita ngumpulin poin sebanyak-banyaknya aja sih, Kak. Kita main ngendok aja biar
main
buyah.
ngendok. Iya. Nih gue bingung nih nge-translate main ngendok gimana ya?
Main save.
Oh ya betul. Okay, so what he's saying is that of course the focus right now for them is to get as many buyas as possible, to secure as much points as they can, and they're just trying to play it a little bit safe in order to get the buya. But I think that's working for them. For now it's working wonderfully. And yeah, let's go on to the second question. Kita masuk ke pertanyaan yang kedua nih sekarang. Sudah game demi game berlalu, kesulitan apa sih yang mungkin masih dirasakan terlepas dari kesuksesan kalian selama ini? Kalau bisa diimprove lagi, apa yang pengen kamu improve dari EVOS Divine hari ini dan sisa hari terakhir yang ada di pekan ke-6? Is there anything that EVOS Divine can still improve in terms of performances, especially today and the rest of the week, since we don't have that much time anyway? This is like the 6th and the last week of the knockout stage already.
Paling kita mencoba buat untuk solid aja sih berempat terus, Kak. Soalnya kita masih suka sering keculik-culik di late game.
Okay, so solidity, which means communications ya, komunikasi menjadi satu kunci yang mungkin masih bisa diperbaiki lagi sama EVOS, khususnya buat tim-tim mereka. So communications is the key that they're still kind of working on, but so far so good. They're showing how incredible they've been playing together, especially today on the first day of the 6th week. Pertanyaan terakhir, hari ini banyak banget nih fans yang nonton, dan fans yang nonton hari ini juga rata adalah fansnya EVOS. Boleh dong kasih selebrasi, please show us your celebration move to, of course, say your thanks to the supporters that have been watching your every single move today at the studio. Go on, Ray. The signature roar. There you have it, survivors. The signature celebration from Ray, of course, his roar. And now we're gonna go back to the casters. Thank you, and congratulations. Take it away, casters.
I've got only one feedback. EVOS needs to fix that roar because it sounds like a burp. Right? Sounds like a burp. It sounds like a burp after. If you come to Malaysia, you have one good nasi kandar. That's what you will hear. Okay, so hearing it
from
after
the Red Bull too.
It
Just
could
saying.
be from the Red Bull. No, the Red Bull ones are a little bit deeper. You know, I don't want to do it on stream, but yeah. You know what I'm talking
That's
about.
confidence. Yes, sir.
Shout out to Raju in the YouTube chat because I think he brought out a very good point. He was literally survived in the 1v3 squad situation and hit at the right time. And that was, putting in a nutshell how good EVOS is in terms of gauging when to get themselves involved in the battle, how to stay alive on the battlefield. You did mention that EVOS was in the center of the circle way too early, so that kind of means that everybody's going to be able to shoot at them, but nobody found them till the very end.
Yeah, and I think sometimes playing passive just works in your favor. Because if you're the pacifist, who's going to shoot the pacifist, right? You want to be shooting everyone else that's shooting you.
Yeah.
So because they suddenly dropped off in terms of priority, they suddenly have room, decided to decide, okay, we can go into the fight now because no one's kind of looking at us. So it's just positioning. And you could really tell in that particular game, EVOS, they knew how to navigate that very, very messy circle. Because let's be realistic, that was a very messy circle. You've got like, what, 4 almost full rosters, too many players remaining in that tiny ass little circle. So you have to be creative, and you also have to think how your opponent would think.
Yeah, for sure, right? And Rasya picking up the MVP again, but low numbers in terms of the eliminations just kind of shows us exactly what EVOS is aiming for, exactly what I have been begging these teams to do. Keep your heads down, don't get excited, don't look for points, look for the circle, and then once you are in the circle, wait for the time, pull away any points that's necessary at that point of time, and they have done this phenomenally well. It's not about the big numbers, it's not about the flashy plays, it's all about consistency. And look at these numbers, a total of 7 eliminations plus the booyah, but they're still at the top of the leaderboard.
Look, again, they navigated probably one of the craziest circles we have seen on the broadcast so far, and they got the booyah because of it. So it's not always going to be about those eliminations. It's just evaluating the situation and deciding, are these eliminations worth pursuing, or should we be going for those placement points? So, I mean, EVOS is sitting on the top of the leaderboard as well, right? They are under no pressure to really dig for points. They're sort of just wanting to stay consistent enough to be able to comfortably sit in that first place. And so far, looking really, really good. Onyx, though, going to be occupying 2 of our key player spots, whereas CRM is going to be occupying 1. So Crime MKS sitting on 7 eliminations for the team, followed by Zensi1, who's sitting on 3,700 damage, and then finally 11 assists.
Yeah,
I think that's the highest assist we've seen today. Is that the highest?
Possibly. But, it's just one of those flexes as usual, right? But Onyx has the bigger flex here. No booyah, no problem. Number 1 spot belongs to them, and this should be able to launch them further up the leaderboard. I really like that.
I wonder if they can even challenge EVOS at some point. I kind of feel like there might be a situation where that could become a reality, but it also is going to come at the cost of EVOS having one really bad game and Onyx to continue with this consistent performance of theirs. But look at the gap now. The gap between EVOS and Onyx, still pretty significant, but after Onyx, only 50 points on Heavy. This is a huge gap from 1st and 3rd place.
Ma'am, your definition of huge is a little skewed.
We have to consider this. We have to consider the situation, though, right? Because to close the gap, you kind of need these teams to have one really good game, but at the same time, you're also assuming EVOS is going to have either a bad game or the worst game of their entire life. So closing that gap is pretty difficult.
Yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I think we still have a potential here for Vietnam to pull the spotlight away from everybody else, but we'll have to wait for this break to be over to find out if they do. We'll be right back. 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances. Only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Manage the gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Yeah. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, I have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tụi Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
EVOS cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Zwet also have been taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Cheetah Caroline still doing work.
I understand English.
Survivors, welcome back to the broadcast here for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Knockout Stage 1. We've just wrapped up 4 games for today, meaning we've got 2 more to go before we end day 1 for week 6. And this week it's a little bit different here because it's not the top place team after going to the next round. We are playing 3 full days of Free Fire, and the top 6 teams after these 3 full days will be the ones to advance to the next stage of the competition. And I mean, it's day 1, it's early days, but we are starting to already establish a bit of a leaderboard situation here with some of our top dogs already building up a lead against the competition, and roughly what threshold teams need to hit to even make it to top 6. And at the moment, I kind of want to say, I don't know about you, AJ, but I feel like it is going to be quite difficult for a lot of teams to break into top 3. I almost feel like top 3 is almost an established number of points that these teams already accrued.
I wouldn't bet on that just yet because still do have quite a bit of inconsistencies up there at the top 3. Of course, we can minus EVOS from the equation, but even EVOS can have a bad day out there, right? Can have a couple of bad games. We've got 2 more games to go for those bad games to happen. So, but I don't know if they're going to be replacing the number 1 spot because they're way too careful. If you notice, game after game after game, they're getting into the final circle, but not massive elimination. So they've got a plan, right? And they are playing this very carefully. They're not underestimating the rest of the competition here, even though they are not the top dogs that they usually go up against. So, I mean, props to EVOS for that, for being very careful, and clearly that is the right strategy.
Well, let's see if they can continue with that strategy, because if it's working for them, I don't expect any changes unless someone on the roster decides, guys, I'm tired of playing passive. I kind of want to do some, pew pew action, which if they want to, they can. We've seen them in the past pull off some really aggressive games, and it still went in their favor. I think it was just a case of confidence for the team. Maybe they thought, okay, this isn't working. Let's try a passive play style. It's kind of working today. Is it worth going back to the old play style if playing passive is kind of working for them, right? Like, why put your position on the leaderboard at risk to have fun? This is a competition, okay? You gotta take this seriously. Especially with the line, you kind of don't want to mess around now. We're too late into the competition.
Yeah, there's a lot of money on the line. And I think the teams know this really well. The problem here is the strategy just hasn't been figured out in full, right? When we saw this strategy kind of, laying low, walking into the final circle before they do anything much, was played by Todak, we did see them go pretty far. In fact, we thought actually Todak was about to walk away with a booyah at one point before that got ruined for them. So there is a possibility, I think, if these teams just tone down their aggression just a tad bit and follow the working formula, right? And the working formula has been clearly proven by Indonesia. Shut up, don't do much, get to the final circle, and then run your mouth and pick up those solid points. And that's exactly why we see both Onyx and EVOS at the top of the leaderboard.
But here's the thing though, AJ. We are going into Bermuda next. And historically speaking, Bermuda is probably one of the few maps that forces teams to really fight early. Like a lot of early game pressure, even teams being eliminated within the first 2 minutes. So I kind of feel like maybe Bermuda could be breaking the mold here and forcing a lot of this passive play style to maybe just not happen. But then again, it's going to come down to the teams whether they, want to play the traditional Bermuda style, which is basically run and gun, or continue to sort of play it slow. I don't know at this point of time. But just taking a look at our leaderboard teams, EVOS have been performing really well today. I don't think anyone will be surprised if they do take the booyah here based on the statistics. But GAW and VSJ, next two teams on here, running some decent points themselves, but they haven't had the best day today.
Yeah, but hopefully GOW can use this map to kind of just bounce back, right? They haven't been having a horrible day. GOW is in that 5th spot. Vietnam as a whole is doing decently well. Only PE Sports is kind of lagging down there at the bottom in the bottom 6. Obviously, in order to improve their standings, they need to use this map well as well. But PE Sports has not had a great track record here at Bermuda. That's going to be the biggest pain for them to deal with. But I am expecting to see a little bit more aggression from WAG. They hold to their name 2 booyahs on this Bermuda map. They do know it like the back of their hands. And, we just need this to be one of the hard-hitting games for them so that Vietnam can have something to cheer for. Because although WAG is one of the better teams, although WAG is the only Vietnam team with a booyah to their name, they are not the best Vietnam team at this point of time. GOW, Flash, and Heavy are ahead of them on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and would you say today Heavy is probably the best performing Vietnamese team? Because I've really been impressed with how they played today.
Yeah, for now, they definitely are the best placed Vietnamese team. Whether that continues to be the case, only Heavy can show us, right? Because we saw exactly what happened. They had a massive game, and then they literally just flunked out, right? Heavy pulled in 24 points in game 1, 4 points in game 2, 14 points in game 3, and 8 points in the game that just ended. So they started off hot, but after that, they have just been fizzling around. It's like, what's that dish's name? Sizzling tofu? Yeah, that's what they are.
Yes.
They're not on the fire, they're still sizzling.
Interesting, being called sizzling tofu. I would say that's a compliment though. Very, very delicious dish. I would like to see a little bit more action. I want to see Bermuda.
Yeah.
I want to see the classic play style. I want to see teams go for hot drops. I want to see teams just run and gun at every compound that they see, right? Because as much as we like seeing very slow, very passive, but also very well thought out free fire, sometimes you just want to see a little bit of action. So we'll let the teams decide what's going to be happening here, and also the flight path. I am keen to see where the flight path is going to be, because maybe that determines what kind of game we're going to be getting.
As we head on into Bermuda, let's wish a good old happy birthday to Yunsul. She's a May baby, just like Mustachio. Yeah,
Happy birthday to both of you.
It's not my birthday today. I was just born in the month
You
of May.
said May baby. Yeah, so happy birthday
I'm
to
May.
both of you. Happy month day then. Great.
Yes.
Done.
A
Birth
month day.
month.
Yes, happy birth month
English.
sounds right. Happy birth
I'm sorry.
month day.
I will tell you a very fun fact about having children, okay? When women have children, their brains temporarily shrink. And I do feel a little less intelligent at the moment.
Okay,
It's
no
okay,
comment.
it comes back, I
no
promise.
No comment. I will not tread into dangerous territory by commenting on something wild like that.
It's okay, your wife has my back, it's all good. Women gotta support women here.
I can trash talk the guys. I cannot say anything about the women, alright? I don't want to kill myself early. I want to live long. But Todak meeting the Saka Sriwijaya early on in here. P19, the hands-off traps. Good Rebel rush to back away, but 32 HP. And thankfully, Joel was there to knock him down to the ground, but the backup from the side of Toda is going to be phenomenal here with Saka Sriwijaya. Horrible start there.
I just wish things would lighten up for the team, but it didn't like that. But then again, we are our sectional play stuff for Bermuda, right? And there was likely going to be action. We already have a first team eliminated, and of all the teams to get the points, it's Todak, right? Todak going to be very appreciative of those points, because how far down is Todak on that leaderboard? They are pretty far down.
I think there is a opportunity for them to, of course, climb up a little bit. They're in the 10th spot, by the way, to answer your question. But one game can change that. If they get a booyah now, they're going to be in the top 6. And that's how rickety the leaderboard is overall, since it's just day 1 and we have just had a total of how many games? This is a total of 4 games thus far. We're just in game 5. So, yeah. Hopefully they can take this jump though, because GOW is going to come knocking on their door shortly.
Yeah, and because we know GOW, this is their map. They love to play aggressive. I think the best way to describe the play style for Bermuda, they play like a pack of wolves. The moment they sniff a team out, they want to fight. So Todak's either going to try and find a solid escape, or they're just going to have to deal with GOW, which, have a look at the pincer maneuver. There's another player coming in and pincering them from that top side, forcing Todak either to cross the river there or run towards that southern side. But if you do that, there's no cover.
No cover indeed. And it looks like... Oh, look at the flank from GOW. We don't know who that is just yet.
I told you.
Could be having a... And they all get out of it without a single scratch on them. That's pretty fancy on the side of Todak.
Very fancy. I want to say they're very lucky as well. I think in a lot of cases, a lot of other teams would have lost maybe 1 or 2 players to GOW there. So quick thinking, quick movement coming in from Todak, keeping them in the game for now. Speaking of staying in the game for now, we do have Flash and Onyx on our screen, Flash towards the top side of the map, and we do have Onyx sort of moving along rim here. But the thing is, do they know Flash is there? And it looks like they might have caught sight of some of the players. So Onyx are not going to be caught with their pants down. And I think they're now going to have to decide what they want to do here. If they want to maybe Flash, or if they have other plans. And it looks like they do want to press into Flash. I'm a bit concerned about this, AJ. It's pretty open here.
It is. It most definitely is. And if Flash joins us here at Rimnam, it will be a decent enough Clash squad battle between Onyx and Flash. Decent 4v4, but obviously Onyx with the positions first. FGL's gonna burn Flash. Wow! Oh my lord. Adam with a cheeky foot shot there, breaking his ankle.
And that might just enough to tell Flash to leave. And yeah, you can look at that, right? Flash launching themselves away, deciding not to fight anymore after losing Hong An. So smart play. Self-preservation, I think, was just really the best call there for Flash. He really did not want to fight there with a player disadvantage. WAG, quite early game for this team. We didn't really see anything happen. They didn't run into anybody. They're just kind of driving around. And have a look at their inventory. They are starting to get pretty decked out. So I think WAG are going to be a pretty big force in this particular matchup, especially with their item advantage. I think the question is, what is going to be their position moving forward as these circles get smaller and smaller? Are they going to run into a lot of other teams, or are they going to be just sort of on their own and maybe playing as more of a spectator? Because I would love to see WAG get in on this action at some point. It's just, if you don't run into anybody, I mean, how to have action with no opponent?
That's true. I mean, you could entertain yourself by shooting at the wall, but it doesn't really get you points.
Yeah. I would advise against that play, AJ.
Wasting bullets. X-Ball up top, this is dangerous. DSK, Allen, Trogon, Afik, really low. Oh, gets the 180, man! What a play by Afik, but Cyrus ruining the day. As Tikui finds Afik, that was a damn good play by Afik.
And Deckers could be the next one to fall as well, and you do not want this. And have a look at who is here on this map. Todak
oh
with
my, Tikui just going up.
Double kill. He will be pushed.
Yeah, I mean,
Zone.
just literally one connection on there with the headshot. And they snuff out, expand. Beautifully done by WAG. Easy 4 points picked up from them. But of course, the highlight for Afik for sure, that 180 was just brilliant as he worked his way out of that, but the numbers overwhelming him. WAG picking up those 4 points basically means they have managed to climb over GOW as well and get closer to Team Flash on the leaderboard.
Wow. Okay, great achievement so far. Can they climb higher though? So what would they need to go another placement higher?
Are you being sarcastic?
Hey, I'm being serious.
That's not a great achievement.
Answer the question. How many more points would you need to go another place higher? Because clearly the teams have to set goals on themselves, right? Like how many points do we need to overtake XYZ? Let's say top 6.
10. Just
10
about
points.
10.
Okay.
Well, they are in the top 6, so they are literally the 6th spot. So right now, technically they are in the 5th spot.
Oh,
but,
so 5th spot,
that could change. Yeah, that could change if they kind of mess this up for themselves. And maybe about 8 more points gets them into the 4th spot. Get the booyah, and you're in the top 3.
I mean, that just goes to show how important the booyah is, right? Depending on the teams that get it. So, lucky, not going to be so lucky there, unfortunately. Just get
they're
taken
on
out.
a hunt, aren't they?
This is rough.
Well, Afik has managed to get out of the sticky situation. Probably used the zip line to maneuver himself into safety. WAG on a hunt for sure. And the 5 points in their pockets. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Clearly want to grab those points for themselves. Actually, surprising how aggressive the Vietnamese teams are playing on Bermuda today, because we also have GOW, right? Also hunting around for these elimination points. So WAG and GOW playing very proactively, whereas everyone else is just sort of minding their own business, it looks like. So could be a bit of a slow one again, AJ. Are we just going to see another case of 11 teams going into that 4th circle?
I'm yawning again already, man. I mean, where's
boy.
the chaos? Where is the
chaos? Well, where's this circle eventually going to end up, right? Like, I have questions. Where's the circle going to be? And I kind of wonder, is it going to be a circle where we have a lot of compounds, or is it going to be a very open one? Because I think the teams now have to decide, like, okay, if the circle is going to be headed towards a more open area, you should be focusing on your economy. You want to get as many glue walls as possible, because glue walls are essentially an economy in an area where you have no cover.
You mean like GOW right now?
I mean, they're launching themselves onto the rooftop. I think they're not doing too bad. No, they don't get eliminated right off the bat. But oh my gosh, they are playing with some major confidence here.
Yeah, they did Yan Bin dirty there by blocking his pathway with the glue wall. Man almost died. But thankfully, PE Sports were busy running away. Yan Bin has got the FGL here to burn through that glue wall. Nero needs to be careful, but grenade tossed on out will connect with Tun, but doesn't do a ton of damage. Pun intended. Tun now backing away. Deanne from up above. Flash kind of a little bit too far, but there is a potential that they might venture into finding out exactly what all this sound is about.
Yep, so you can see GOW again, they are basically just corralling their opponents, forcing them to just run around the compound. And the question is for PE, how do you engage into DOW? Because if you try to run, they're just going to chase you.
Well, I think the chase has been on for a while. Lao Ho, what a rotation.
Look at that wrap.
Yeah, flanking around from the right. Has the
They
AWM.
really play like wolves.
They do. But, okay, never mind. I'll bring up that point later. PE, VSK in hand. Lao Ho will be able to do a lot of damage here. But GOW very smartly, I don't know whether this is intentional, has wrapped around towards the right-hand side. So now Lao Ho is practically useless.
Really, really smart play. I mean, they clearly saw Lao Ho hiding behind that tree, right? Like, you only make this play if you have that kind of vision or information. So GOW, they now have PE Esports in a really weird spot because Lao Ho is not going to be... Oh, look who is arriving, AJ. We do have Onyx coming into this situation. And I think as soon as they hear the bullets, we could be seeing some Onyx action as well.
Well, Tiku is in, Krillin subbed out, and clearly WAG is just making sure everybody has got enough playtime out there. They're not too fussed about making top 6 at all, and I'm totally on their side. I don't need WAG to pick up massive points. Getting top 6 should be a no-brainer for that squad. They've got enough firepower and skills to be able to pull that away for themselves. But of course, that does not set aside the importance of finding that booyah, even if they are a capable squad. Vamos now, right in front of the WAG, sandwiched between WAG and Expand, puts Vamos in a very sticky situation.
Oh, this could be really awkward. WAG. All it takes is for one really great grenade to just ruin Vamos' day. So far, no major connections, but look at this though, WAG. The fact that they're throwing grenades, they're actually using it to leapfrog forward.
Yep, ice grenade up top. Oh, beautifully done! Alan with the triple! They need to go in here for the finisher! And this coalition! Man tries to jump away. Alan says, no, you come back here, baby! 5 eliminations! He just wiped out the whole squad!
That was gross. That was legitimately gross. Alan is on fire. That was a brilliant play. Did Vamos absolute dirty?
I mean, Vamos should have seen that one coming. WAG was chucking everything, including the kitchen sink, at them. But it was a brilliant play from WAG, initially just teasing them with the glue wall melters, making Vamos think that, these boys don't have those frags. And that one frag that went up to the second floor as they kind of forced them in towards one tiny little space of that compound. That was big brain play. That was no accident.
No, very, very intentional. And we have to give them props for such an amazing play. We are getting very close to our next circle, folks. We still have 9 teams remaining in the competition, and you can already see the teams on the outskirts of this blue zone are trying to figure out how to get in, but at the same time, they also realize that you kind of have to trying to get into that circle. Otherwise, we're back to square one, where there's far too many teams and not enough real estate when it comes to finding cover. CRM, they are one of the gatekeepers for the circle, but they aren't quite in yet. They have to break through and past Heavy, which... Heavy's not going to be an easy team to move at all, so CRM's going to have to try and find either a creative way of removing them or finding an alternative way of just sort of going around them. And it looks like they did manage to squeeze on through, and now they are the ones gatekeeping the circle from Heavy.
Do they have unlimited glue walls? I don't think so. I think there was way too many glue walls to use for a rotation here. CRM with just the overkill there. Just to play the survival. Ray has got the grenade launcher in hand, desperately trying to stay alive. EVOS Divine not in a good spot, out in the open. Thankfully, there is the circle behind them. No one can find the backstab onto EVOS just yet. Kochil trying to play a little bit of recovery here with the M590. Ray and Rasya will take his spot. Dian whips out the grenade launcher. EVOS gonna need a big one.
Rasya is on the floor. It's up to Ray as well as Kochil to maybe turn things around. Kochil bouncing around. Ray does pick up Rasya, so back to a 3-man squad. Lao Ho is going to be completely abandoned by PE Sports, so it's a 3 versus 3 situation. Yan came in from the side, tried to cause a little bit of havoc, but he gets taken out, and that's going to be for GOW. 9th place for this round. EVOS, though, still sticking around. And look at this. Onyx is coming in as well. PE Sports about to be squished into a sandwich. Nero's been caught.
Yeah, I mean, PE, they should have finished their meal. They just went in there for a bite and they left it in the open, and EVOS is coming back for some revenge. They should have finished off this Tiger with that first shot in itself, and now this Tiger is pissed, and Rasia is on a roll. Manages to take out Jump from the side of CRM as well. EVOS fighting so many battles all at the same time.
Oh, I think this might be too many battles if they aren't able to finish off these other ones. But PE Sports, they are more concerned about Onyx, who is right next to them. EVOS, they're turned around, they're turned onto Heavy, who are on that low ground. Because look at this, so many glue walls. There is no concrete cover over here. CRM going to be eliminated in 7th place. WAG barely surviving, but they are sitting on 14 eliminations. Alan is gone. The big damage dealer has been eliminated, but the team is still looking strong here. The Tikoi leading the charge for the team, going up onto that high ground. Now they're right into EVOS's face. EVOS, they might be the ones in trouble now. They've been completely surrounded. They've got glue walls all around them, but the Melter doing so much to bring down those glue walls and exposing them.
What is WAG doing outside the circle? They had such a good opportunity for the Booyah, and they threw that one away, taking the risk, doing battle outside the circle, and they will be punished! What a monster truck fight! Pushing the player outside of the circle just to get an extra bit of advantage, and PE Sports suffers heavy losses. And once again, Indonesia reigning supreme, EVOS and Onyx. We are gonna see Conchita Caroline all over again.
Rasia been caught on the ground and eliminated, and it looks like Onyx is going to be taking another Booyah here. They get rid of EVOS, meaning PE Sports is going to get 2nd place. But Onyx Esports going to be getting their 2nd Booyah of the day. Unbelievable performance coming in for Onyx.
I mean, this is all on WAG. They could have brought us to Yunsul if they did not. I am still confused. 14 eliminations. WAG had all the utility in the world to take this Booyah, and they choose to fight the blue zone.
It was quite a bizarre move. Did they maybe think that some of the PE Sports players were EVOS players? Did they think it was maybe just one team here? It was really bizarre. I don't know what they were thinking.
Regardless of what you're thinking, you don't fight the blue when you are doing the final circle battle. That was just insane. But Onyx Olympus is going to say thank you very much. They walk away with the Booyah, like you said, the 2nd one for this Indonesian squad. And now, 5 games in, 2 teams from Indonesia have scored the double Booyahs, and it's very impressive.
Very impressive, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm not really mathing here, does this push Onyx into 2nd place now? They're still in 2nd place, right?
They were in 2nd place. They were staying in 2nd place because
I thought
EVOS
they were
got
kind of
the
like competing against Heavy for 2nd.
No. They were in 2nd.
They were in 2nd
the 2
place.
Indonesian teams, yeah, at the top, right? And what they have now managed to do is just put a massive distance between themselves and WAG. WAG is dropping the ball big time here. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, I don't know what WAG was thinking. Like, they had a beautiful opportunity to really just run away with the game, but to play so recklessly. And I think it was needlessly reckless as well. Like, why would you even attempt to go outside of the blue zone?
Yeah.
Did they think, okay, if we go the outside of the blue zone, there's no glue walls, maybe I'm going to be able to do the thing. I don't know what's happened. Here we go.
You got glue walled. You got glue walled, and your glue wall is a static photo of yourself.
Yeah. I got fired apparently.
But yeah. You got fired for being compared to Delena. Delena is not Daniely. Delena is in the chat. Daniely's here with me. But of course, we've got the interview, so let's throw it over to Conchita Caroline. We'll be back with you guys in a bit.
Oke, terima kasih Bung Surya. Another one for Indonesia, guys. What a day it has been. We still have one more game left to play. But right now, I am here with Adrian from Onyx Esports, who just secured their second Booyah of the night. Hello, Adrian. Wah, ini aku lihat kayaknya kompetisinya berasa banget di antara EVOS dan juga Onyx malam hari ini ya. Malah kayaknya Vietnam gak kelihatan sejauh ini ya. Mana yang katanya mau dominasi. Oke, gimana kamu merasakan ketatnya persaingan di antara tim-tim Indonesia hari ini? Kita nggak usah bahas yang negara lain deh, Indonesia aja karena sejauh mataku memandang itu sih yang paling kelihatan. Is there anything you'd like to say or comment regarding the competition between the Indonesian team? Because it's been pretty heating up between Onyx Esports and EVOS Divine so far. Both has secured 2 Booyahs out of 4 games. Oh, sorry, out of 5 games.
Karena tim-tim yang jagonya udah lolos.
Oh, jangan merendah dong. Karena tim-tim jago udah lolos atau karena memang kalian 2 tim Indonesia dan ya bisa dibilang VSHK juga hari ini determinasinya lebih nih untuk bisa menampilkan yang terbaik. Okay, so basically what he's saying or what would he like to say in regard of Indonesian team's competition tonight is that he feels that it was easier for them because most of the tougher teams has been going to the grand final. So the fight isn't as hard as it was last week and the previous week. Okay, kalau ngebahas mengenai Onyx sendiri gitu. Hari ini penampilan kalian berasa banget peningkatannya. Apa sih pep talk yang disampaikan kamu ke diri kamu sendiri dan juga kamu ke teman-teman kamu atau teman kamu ke kamu? Apa yang kalian ucapkan ke sesama anggota dari Onyx untuk bisa menyemangati diri sendiri?
Saling percaya satu tim aja sih.
Oh, saling percaya. Okay, I ask him, is there any pep talk that you give yourself or your teammates? Because we've been seeing Onyx Esports improving a lot, especially tonight. And he said that, well, the main thing is we just try to believe in ourselves and in each other. And that shows actually during the game. The teamwork actually has gotten so much better than the previous week. Okay, sekarang nih, tinggal 1 game lagi. Seberapa yakin kalian bisa kembali mengamankan Booyah? Akankah ini menjadi Booyah ketiga Onyx atau Booyah ketiga bagi EVOS Divine?
Buat Onyx lah.
Buat Onyx lah, yakin? Berapa persen?
100%.
100%. I asked him, we only got 1 game left. Do you think it's going to be a Booyah for EVOS Divine or Onyx? And how sure are you? He said 100% sure it's going to be Onyx Esports' Booyah. All right, congratulations once again, ladies and gentlemen. That was Onyx Esports. Kita langsung aja beralih ke caster. Terima kasih ya. Thank you for watching the interview. Survivors, let's get back to the casters.
It seems to be almost a complete utter domination by the Indonesian teams today because we have just had Indonesian flags all across the board aside from that one map today. And we could be ending with another Indonesian team on this final map because you remember what this final map is, don't you? It starts with a K, ends with a Mari.
Kumari?
I love you, AJ. Kalahari. The thing with Kalahari, and I think you probably would have noticed this as well, is that Kalahari is a very, very popular map in Indonesia. A lot of the Indonesian teams, they are, I wouldn't say they specialize on it, but you can tell this is a map that this region is really practiced on. And I kind of wonder, are we just going to be seeing another one of the Indonesian teams securing this final Booyah today? Or can we see a little bit of fight coming back in from either Vietnam, Malaysia, and other regions? Because if we just get another Indonesian team, it just almost feels like it's going to be Indonesian domination this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be Indonesia for sure. WAG is a tad bit too far away, and they need to meet 2 conditions, right? Number 1, they need to hit a massive Booyah. Number 2, they need EVOS and Onyx to get eliminated early. I don't think Indonesia's looking to have that happen. Zyro, Adam, Prime MKS, Adrian did a phenomenal job out there. And even earlier, right, I think their positioning gameplay was just phenomenal all throughout the day. I think placement points-wise, these 2 Indonesian squads have truly outperformed the rest of the competition. Except Basaka Sriwijaya, for some reason, I don't know what they're doing, but they are at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, is it a case of maybe the team trying things and it's just not working out? Are they just unlucky with who they run into? I kind of feel like there are just too many things kind of going wrong for VSJ, and that sort of led to this not so successful day for them. I mean, who knows? Maybe they can sort of fix things in this last game, and then they can hopefully fix things for the rest of the weekend. But it just means that this is an uphill battle for VSJ because you are now behind on points, right? Like top 6 is the goal, but you're competing with 11 other teams. So it's a case of who is the better team, and you can't really afford to have too many bad days. But anyways, we do have our key players, 2 players from WAG and also Rastia from EVOS. We have Alan with 7 eliminations, Rastia with a beautiful number there for the damage, 3. And yeah, moving on yet again, very, very quickly here, AJ. 23 points for Onyx.
Yeah,
Massive
absolutely
points.
brilliant. Yeah, Booyah and the top spot, you cannot get better than that. But WAG getting to the top as well with their phenomenal performance, not through the placements, but through the eliminations. This was a great game for them, except that move that they pulled outside the circle. No idea why they wanted to eliminate themselves, but they did it well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was just not a fan of that play to begin with. I mean, could we even argue that maybe they felt they needed to make that play? But then I'm just trying to rationalize it. Like, in what situation would you need to make that play? Like, they weren't forced to go outside the zone, right? Like, that was a conscious choice.
Yeah, that was a conscious choice and clearly a bad one.
WAG
dropped the ball big time here. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, what does the Booyah get you? Extra 5 points. It's still a massive disparity between WAG as well as Onyx when it comes to the points. One may argue that they could have perhaps walked away with the extra 8 points in the eliminations as well, but that would have kind of like equated with them eliminating the rest of the lobby at that point of time, which is maybe a lot to ask for, right? They should have just allowed the other teams to do the battle, maybe allow Onyx to get eliminated early, take some pot shots at them from afar, and kind of sneak those points away. But in the grand scheme of things, that didn't happen. But you can't cry over spoiled milk, or spilt milk, I have to say. WAG in the 3rd spot, 1 Booyah in this next map. Kalahari, yes, I do agree with you. EVOS, as usual, is dominating at the top, but WAG is proficient here as well. I see them making it to the final circle, but of course, it's going to be dependent on them not making a crazy play like that again.
Yeah, I hope they learnt their lesson from that last round, because that might pain them. I mean, I kind of wonder if WAG, they have a coach, because I think the coach, if they have one, that is going to be a very big talking point for the team. We don't know if there is a coach for the team, unfortunately, so we can't really say whether this conversation is or isn't happening, but I do suspect it would be something to consider looking into if they did have a coach that was kind of watching that game in particular. So while we wait for Kalahari to sort of appear here, AJ, do you have the leaderboard on your screen? If not, I want to send it to you, because I kind of want to talk about this leaderboard status at this point, because I'm starting to see where the cutoff is from 6 to the bottom of that leaderboard. Do you need the leaderboard?
You talk to me. The leaderboard's always with me.
Our leaderboard's always with you. Brilliant. So our viewers are not seeing this, unfortunately, but 6th place at the moment is being occupied by PE Sports, which is sitting on 42 points. Now, below PE Sports, it looks like it is very attainable for teams between 6th to 10th place to occupy that 6th spot. So it's PE Sports followed by GOW, who is only 1 point behind. Todak sitting on 38 points in 8th spot, Expand on 36, and CRM on 35. So it looks like this bottom race is going to be between these 4 teams: PE Sports, GOW, Todak, Expand, and CRM. Unfortunately for Vamos, they're on 23 points. They have a long way to go to even be considered a team that could be sitting in that 6th spot, AJ. So going into this final match here, who are we kind of looking at to potentially swipe the spot away from PE Sports? Because the gap is so small. It is so small.
Yeah, this probably is going to be done by GOW if they play this one smart. For the other teams, it's really the toss of a coin at this point of time, right? Because you never know when it's... I mean, if even WAG can make a wild decision to go out of the circle, then, you know, anybody can make crazy mistakes. And this is why I was so critical towards the Malaysian squads. Earlier, we did see some moments of absolute surprise seeing them in the final circle, but those moments were not very consistent at all. In the grand scheme of things, you look at Expand, yes, they were able to get to the final circle a couple of times, but elimination-wise, 5 games in and they only have 12 eliminations. That is not going to fly in a competition where you want to climb up the leaderboard. So it is going to be a tough one for them. But that being said though, even Visaka Sriwijaya that's sitting in the 12th spot can make it to the 6th spot. They need to meet 2 conditions. Number 1, a very, very decent Booyah with at least 15 eliminations. And of course, number 2, they have to hope and pray that teams like GOW and PE get eliminated early, which is not impossible. It's very possible.
I think anything is possible if you just have one good game, especially for the teams that are towards the bottom of that bracket. Now, as we do sort of settle in the players and get ready for our final game, I just wanted to do a quick shout out for one of our sponsors, the Samsung Galaxy S20 Ultra. They are one of our sponsors. Amazing phone. I am one generation behind, unfortunately, but I love my phone. 24 Ultra, amazing. 25 Ultra, I mean, obviously, that's even better. So if you're looking for a gaming phone, definitely consider the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. Brilliant phone. You can also take some amazing pictures as well. I mean, you'll be looking fabulous on social media if you're that kind of person. So yeah, if you're looking for a gaming phone, long-term investment, I personally recommend it.
Yeah, with AI technology in there, if you're not the best looking person in the room, you can look like the best looking person in the room right after a good photo on that phone. So jokes aside, 4 games in a row. 4 games in a row. It's just Conchita Caroline time.
I kind of feel like we're going to be hearing from Caroline again later today, just because, I mean, we mentioned this before, but in case anyone did come into the stream a little bit later, Kalahari traditionally has been a very Indonesian favored map. As in, the map doesn't favor the region, but the region favors the map. As in, the teams from Indonesia, they generally just play this map really well.
You're in for a little bit of a surprise for the top 3 because you can see 2 Vietnamese squads here, WAG and Heavy showing up. And I think there is a very big possibility we do see WAG and Heavy squeeze themselves into that final circle. Heavy has not been having a terrible day. They are currently sitting in the 4th spot, 32 eliminations in total to tie up with WAG. Both of these 2 teams are just 1 point behind it, 1 point away from each other. So I think we can expect to maybe see Yunso here. And I think we have to be fair, you know. We have to see Yunso before we sign off today.
Well, I mean, Yunso's probably going to be crossing her fingers watching this match, right? And same thing with Caroline, you know, going to cross your fingers, see if you're going to be getting that interview. But I know Vic will be crossing his fingers. Like, everyone's going to be crossing their fingers. But, folks, it looks like we are ready to jump into game number 6 for today. It's going to be Kalahari. Let's fly on in to the hot, sandy desert and wrap things up for our first day here for week 6. Ending our first play day. We still have 2 more play days after this, but look, everyone wants to finish strong, and best way to finish strong is to probably play one of the most difficult maps in the Free Fire roster.
I don't know if it's the most difficult. Ever since they threw that hook gun into the vending machine, I'm like, everybody can dominate Kalahari now.
I don't know, sir. I think just the added idea that you now have to worry about elevation rather than just, you know, the usual looking around. I don't know how to describe this. I don't know why my brain's not working. But the moment you start having to look up, okay, we saw this last week. The moment you have to start looking up, we've seen teams win because teams did not look up, okay?
Yeah.
If you're playing on Kalahari, don't look left and right. Actually, no, you do look left and right, but also add up.
You are giving some bad advice here. Don't look left and right. What do you mean don't look left and right?
This is what happens when I did not get my Red Bull. I was supposed to have my Red Bull for broadcast, but I ran out of time. I wasn't able to buy it, so I was very sad. So I'm out of Red Bull. Very, very sad. Not functioning today.
It's okay. It's all right. It'll catch up. You're just warming up.
I am warming up. Well, technically we should be warming down, right? The last game. But considering that a pretty map, it looks like we're going to be seeing some action very because we have Flash roaming around and they are about to run into Vamos.
Well, let's see how they survive this one.
Oh, they're on a really nice hill. Vamos are so exposed. Oh, Raja. Raja, no.
Raja in the king. Gets sprayed down. Ooh, FGL shot as well, just to burn Jun out of his defensive spot. The coins being given away by Death here. Maybe he wants to go Super Saiyan as he meets the players of Vamos up close and personal. Jun is stuck. He's going to sacrifice himself as the rest of the players on the side of Vamos get away.
Oh, luckily for Vamos, it could have been much worse, but it looks like Flash, they are committed to chasing Vamos. And I feel really bad for them. Jun has no idea what's in store for him because Hong An, he's trying to snipe him down. Glue wall gets used as well. That's a very early glue wall, so that's going to be one precious resource already expended by Jun. And Hong An's not done. He says, I want this elimination. I want this point.
And I've got another Riptide Rhythm thanks to the update. Now, Skyler gets to get 2 of those. Axel's going to get sprayed down here as Flash meets Team Vamos. As West tries to take 2 for himself. It's only the Zom on the knock. ABCD is still there. Mag 7 in hand. Great enough. Rate of fire on the shotgun. And the Bison does not use by Suez. And my goodness, what kind of a glue wall was that? Pulls it out on the wrong side accidentally. And it's sprayed down.
Sometimes it's just going to have to be those misclicks. It happens every now and again to players. So, little unfortunate moment here, but I have to say, AJ, props to Flash today. Like, they have been playing very proactive all day. And sure, it's not always successful, but they are putting their fate in their own hands. And I feel like that is a very important trait that a lot of top teams have, right? Like, the moment you dictate where these fights happen, when these fights happen, you have a lot more control compared to a team that, if you're playing reactive, you are playing how the opponent wants you to play.
I think we are going to see, history being made here by the end of day 3 for a potential 5 Vietnam teams qualifying for the grand finals. That could just happen because you see, even PE Sports that was struggling down at the bottom of the leaderboard earlier made that recovery from the 5th game, right? And now we have 5 teams from Vietnam all in one row from the 3rd all the way down to the 7th spot. If this was the final game already completed, everybody would from Vietnam except GOW, and they would have lost the spot by just 1 point. And I like the fact that they are experiencing this today. They know that the spots are limited, and getting 5 Vietnamese squads into the finals is definitely going to be a miracle that's not going to be easy to achieve. Okay, let's see if or not we can find some points here, because it's been a very, very slow start here. 48 players still out there. 12 teams. Full recovery. We have a few eliminations. West just stepping away with the double vector and could not get back in through the window as ABCD meets him halfway with the M590. Still don't have our girl Natalie back just yet. We'll give her a couple of moments as Jun gets caught out as well. GOW alongside Team Flash doing a number on the Malaysians. And now there's a potential clash here between GOW and Flash as they rotate around at Bayfront. Flash is splitting up into 2. Not looking good for Team Flash if GOW gets there first. CRM cornering the players on the side of Todak as Jump finds Videls, and Trap says hasta la vista. No key following him as well. Tagged up from the back, and Todak flying straight into the compound that Vamos is seeking refuge in. 2 Malaysian teams, 1 small compound. I don't think this is going to be an easy one. Unfortunately, they will not be connecting with the Vietnamese squads anymore. It's going to be a civil war for Vietnam here between GOW and Team Flash as Jump finds Fires. Todak still not having a great day. Demon up top. Famas in hand. With the hook guard, makes a mistake and quickly runs away. And Yanbin there for the backup. And Yanbin will secure the elimination here as well. Flash just hitting on the wrong team. GOW showing them exactly where the exit is. You either walk away or we send you back to the lobby forcefully. And a beautifully played round there by GOW. Axel, on the other hand, looking for the recovery. But just sitting down in the corner isn't going to help him do that. Just hoping and praying that nobody finds him. But obviously that was going to be impossible, because with the Coda there as well. And Axel tried to prevent that with the crouch. But he was eventually spotted out by just sheer numbers. And Todak, of course, just rotating around, trying to play that recovery as CRM manages to push them into a tight little corner. Loki spotted out. Poon needs one more. And he finds that for himself. Alongside the SVD on jump as well. And speaking of jump, here he comes. Traps has got the Groza. Should fight back. Can fight back. Question is, does he do it? Does it take that opportunity? Now, Traps is going to be pressured by 3 players. At the same time here from CRM. Poon with the M590. One more corner to turn. Beautiful connection before the glue ball came up. And Poon is just going to have him on the floor, crawling around. CRM outplaying Todak. And these are all just easy points that they are picking off of the Malaysian squad here as they pull them apart. WAG with the reposition, and this is going to be a wild game for them if they can get to that final circle and walk away with a booyah. WAG with the drone in the air, eyes in the sky, but Onyx on the other hand at the top of the leaderboard, about to get smashed to the wall by your brothers Visaka Srivijaya. High ground advantage, but Adrian crawls away, gets picked right back up. A sliver of health. Those medkits saving the lives of Onyx. And it looks like Expand wants to join the fight here as well and pick off a couple of extra points. Luki keeping an eye on them. Adam. And no tags by Expand at all. Adam trying to bait out the shots here by the Malaysian squad. And Onyx is just stuck between a rock called Visaka Srivijaya and a hard place called Expand. As WAG makes the rotation, Traps down on the ground. Allen, does he doesn't need to go for the steal as the knock belongs to X-Ball. But this leads them straight into the compound held by PE Sports. And look at that R1 scan. The binoculars used so perfectly, scanning out the area that's covered right in front of them. And this gives them the information. 4 players right in front. Cyrus now out in the open ground. Spamas with the initial first few tags. And it's going to be the glue wall melter. Laho from the back. The backstep could be absolutely crucial for PE to win this bout up against their brothers WAG. But no connections coming on through just yet. Allen has got an opportunity. Goes to the back lines at 590. But Cyrus won't find a follow-up with the Drogon as well as Allen cleans up Howe to the M590. X4 finds Lahore. And PE Sports absolutely snuffed by WAG. And this is the supremacy of the Vietnamese squad. First team to get eliminated is their brothers. Obviously, no elimination feed, no kill feed here, so they can't see exactly who they're shooting down. There are no gun skins or player skins available, so that you cannot identify who you are engaging with here in Free Fire competitive. Now, GOW down at the bottom. Yet another civil war between Flash this time round and GOW. Level 3 MP5 in the hands of Zom. Zom shooting down at GOW from up top. But this is just way too spread out, leaving Death to do all of the heavy lifting on his own. And what a nade! Out of nowhere, Expand joining the battle. And they will snuff out both GOW and Flash here. At least they try to. They send the 2 Vietnamese teams scrambling away from them. And they unfortunately don't walk away with the big points. And oh my goodness, GOW, what a reposition now, taking that high ground, flanking around. Expand thought they had the drop on them, and Team Flash now might just come back in here for a little bit of revenge as well. Risk of exposure, all thanks to the Coda. They back away thanks to the Wukong here on the active skill card. Waltz will be able to quickly reposition, but the question is, how long can he stay alive? Luki, beautiful headshot with the VSK. Finding Yanbin, putting him on the ground, but a good pickup there. And the Riptide Rhythm does not make a scratch onto GOW at all. Yanbin able to get up, walk away. And a fantastically played defense here by the Vietnamese squad of GOW. As Expand now getting tagged up by Team Flash from the back. GOW not letting them walk away easy. You dare interfere in our fight? Coming for our heads. Demon wants some blood. He's going to go up front looking for him all on his own. Blue wall melter is going to be laid out here so that Expand can no longer deal with those defenses. And GOW just rushing on forth, pulling out their own blue wall. Steffi popped as well. And they don't manage to find the drop just yet. But Wang, Team Flash, continuing the fight up against GOW. And Walls! What a rush! Straight into the players of Team Flash. And GOW chips in as well. And a beautiful turn of events. And they do manage to snuff out Team Flash. Expand still surviving, but GOW cleaning up house. Walls with the push. And 590 not going to find the target just yet. And Afik will get the last say. GOW down. And what a phenomenal sequence of events here for Expand. They survive. But my goodness me, that was not an easy fight at all. And it's all right, because this is a sticky situation indeed, but it's the most number of points we've seen Team Expand pick up in a short span of time. WAG, 6 points, lesser than what Expand has on themselves right now. This is a big round for the Malaysian squad. Nades all out, Riptide Rhythm laid out for CRM to deal with as well. They respond with all of those ice grenades stacking up those WAG players. Allen, M590 in hand, looking for those wild shots, and it will find absolutely no one. Jump up against Cyrus, but it's a 2v1, and Jump will pay the high price because X-Ball and the flanking position he holds on to gets the better of them. After getting involved in yet another Vietnamese squad battle, as he does manage to find the knock, but the instant recovery coming on through Expand. Trying to sneak away these crucial points. X-Ball with the knock on to Poon, and Rasia will chip in as well. As CRM now gets eliminated in the 9th spot. WAG hopping on in into the circle. And Vietnam will be represented well here by this squad. Strong as anticipated. WAG doing really well on this Kalahari map. But heavy though. Backing away from Vamos. Yet another time for Malaysia to shine. Raja with the grenade. Fighting that long tag. But only managing to find the tickle onto Kabi. Kabi is not entertained by that at all. Cooking up a grenade of his own. As he tosses it straight towards them. WAG joining the battle. And this is just absolute chaos at this point of time. As WAG secures a decent spot in this compound. Inside this next circle, and it's going to be the final one. And the zone forcing everybody in. 8 teams, 25 players left on in here. And there is just no way WAG drops the ball from this point of time, unless, of course, something goes really wrong. Grenade launches could do WAG in. You do see the electrotherapy connected here between Allen as well as Cyrus. Question is, Cyrus, can he push on together with the rest of his team members? Heavy coming, knocking on the doors of their big brothers. WAG, Allen up top. Wild shots. Pulls the 180, finds no one as Heavy makes the quick in and out. Visaka Srivijaya out of nowhere, joining the fray as well. Tikui finding Kabi, and a double knock coming on through. X4 Allen, everybody chipping on in. And WAG makes that look way too easy. Team wide as Heavy now eliminated in the 8th spot. Circle is moving. 6 more teams still alive as Vamos now drops the ball in that 7th spot. Gotil fighting Afik. Gotil fighting Expand. Expand taken out in 6. And in good succession, we are losing multiple squads. One more team here for WAG to take down. This time the Indonesians. Rasia is going to be caught in a very tight spot here. But managing to get away with those glue walls. Brilliantly played by the kid. And 2 teams from Indonesia can once again bring us to Kachita Caroline. Wait. Dangerous spot. Cyrus barricading himself in. Wild plays with those glue walls. Depending on the inhaler to survive for a little bit longer. Allen's going to be sprayed down. Ain't got Katil finding the double. X4 all alone. The sniper needs to play this safe. And he will use the hook gun to get away for the time being. Zyro, what a nade. Dropping Kachil. But there's no follow-up with those grenades. And the glue wall melters come on through. It's going to be pretty inconsequential as Adrian finds the M590. WAG takedown. And from up top, EVOS, 38% potential win rate here for the third booyah of the day. Pusaka Sriwijaya, can they get the phenomenal done here by preventing EVOS from walking away with this? Either way, we are going to see Conchita Caroline 5 times in a row. Conchita, you better get a bonus right after this. But of course, the girl's got to smile because sometimes she's had a break as well. 30% potential win rate here for Pusaka Sriwijaya. We've got a full squad on each and every single one of these Indonesian squads. And you know what's the most impressive thing here? We only have 3 Indonesian squads in this lobby. Every single team from Indonesia has made it into the final circle. And Pusaka Sriwijaya with a phenomenal spot in this final circle. Onyx Olympus right on top. They're not going to be able to aim at Pusaka Sriwijaya just yet. And the teasers between EVOS and Onyx. This is exactly what Pusaka Sriwijaya wants. Pusaka Sriwijaya, by the way, guys, is currently sitting out in the 12th spot. So, oh my God, EVOS, rotation, looking for Pusaka Sriwijaya. Double, triple monster truck pulled in. And those are the glue walls. EVOS using the monster trucks as glue walls. How insane is this play? This is insanity at this point of time. EVOS pulling out every single trick up their sleeves to play this survival. And we definitely need to see some sort of move coming on here from Pusaka Sriwijaya. Circle now. Gonna start closing on in. It's either you take this fight or the circle forces you to fight. Ice grenade, tagging the players up first. Rasya backing away, has the AWM in hand. Look at Pusaka Sriwijaya. So dirty, so sneaky, staying behind these lines, using the boulder as cover as EVOS and Onyx do the dirty at each other. Rasya with a double knock. This Wonder Kid is blazing. And it's still the Rasya gameplay here as EVOS absolutely snuffs out Onyx Olympus. And finally, Pusaka Sriwijaya being baited out. And the question is, will they be able to pull a shocking victory over their big brothers EVOS, who are dominating that number 1 spot? M590s in the hands of every single player here. Drogon as well. Joel has oh my, Gardu, what a unfortunate jump. And look at up top as well. Ray, aim god, M590. Bye-bye, Pusaka Sriwijaya, says EVOS as they will secure their third booyah of the day. Final player Obey has got no chance in hell to pull that away from big brothers EVOS Divine. 3 Indonesian teams making the nation proud. 3 Indonesian teams absolutely shocking the world with their supremacy. There is just no way in hell anybody saw that coming. We could have seen EVOS making it to the final circle. We could have seen Onyx making it to the final circle. But Pusaka Sriwijaya making it to the final circle and walking away with the 2nd spot is just, my goodness me, just way too good for this team that has been struggling the whole day. And that is going to take Pusaka Sriwijaya out of that 12th spot. But the question is, how far do they climb? How much do they get away from this game? I wasn't able to look at the points, unfortunately, in terms of eliminations, but we'll be able to catch up with that in a little bit. But of course, props to EVOS Divine, managing to pick up the booyah here, not for the 2nd, but the 3rd time in here today. Yes, Danalee, you see her glue wall. I mean, I admire Danalee, all right? She's the only shoutcaster with her own personalized glue wall. And when you see this glue wall, would you even break this glue wall? No, Skylar would not throw his Riptide Rhythm at this glue wall. If Skylar saw this Riptide Rhythm, if Skylar saw this glue wall out there, he would take his Riptide Rhythm and he would throw it to the opposite side of the map. Nobody would break down this glue wall. But jokes aside, guys, Danalee's trying to fix her mic and her camera and her computer all at the same time, so we'll have to wait for her to catch up with us. But what a game that was. Did you guys expect the utter dominance that Indonesia showed us today? I sure as hell was expecting Vietnam to wake up, because let us not forget, Vietnam has got 5 teams in this lobby. And even though they have 5 teams in this lobby, we only saw 1 Booyah go the way of Vietnam, all thanks to WAG. But apart from that, it was just the Indonesian Free Fire show here. It is no longer FFWS SEA, according to Indonesia. This is just their Indonesian circuit. My goodness me. And obviously everybody is having a good time because the big dogs are not here. But obviously, this is exactly what we're expecting of in phase 2. But of course, on to catch the Caroline we go.
All right, thank you, casters. What a match, what a night. This is the truest form of Indonesia domination. I am at a loss for words. 5 Booyah out of 6 matches. And I'm here with MGOT from EVOS Divine, who just secured their 3rd Booyah of the day. Hello, MGOT.
Hello, Kak.
Feeling good?
Good.
Good. Iyalah, 3 Booyah. Terus tadi kita lihat juga intens banget lagi pertandingannya. Kalau bisa mendeskripsiin match yang tadi baru aja selesai, kira-kira apa yang mau kamu sampaikan dan apa sih yang kamu rasain khususnya di penutup pekan ke-6 hari pertama hari ini?
Biasa aja, Kak.
Hah? Serius? 3 Booyah biasa aja?
Biasa aja.
Artinya belum all out banget dong nih?
Terus di grand final nanti.
Oh, okay. Jadi my question was if you could describe tonight's match day, especially the game that has just ended, what exactly would you say? Especially seeing that EVOS managed to secure 3 Booyahs within 1 day. And then he said that it's just an ordinary day for EVOS Divine, nothing really special, just an okay game. And they promise us to be even better, especially during the grand final. So they're pretty sure to secure the ticket to the grand final. Ada nggak pesan-pesan yang mau disampaikan ke tim-tim lain yang sampai saat ini juga masih terus berkompetisi untuk bisa ngamanin si golden ticket ini?
Semangat terus deh, Bang.
Semangat terus deh, Bang. Kenapa malah disemangatin? I asked him, is there any messages you'd like to say to the other teams that are still competing to secure the golden ticket into the grand final? And he said just fighting, keep on fighting to all of us, each and every single one of us. Terakhir kalau gitu, EVOS Divine hari ini luar biasa banget. Apakah ini bisa dibilang mesin yang terlambat panas dari pekan-pekan sebelumnya, atau justru ini adalah sebuah motivasi bagi kalian nunjukin bahwa waktunya EVOS justru dimulai dari sekarang?
Enggak sih, minggu-minggu kemarin sama minggu sekarang biar buat latihan aja, Kak.
Oh gitu.
Ya.
Terus perform yang sesungguhnya di grand final?
Iya.
Oh alah, latihannya agak bikin deg-degser ya. Oke. Aku tadi belum translate kan ya, aku translate dulu. Ini soalnya seru banget nih jawabannya. Jadi I asked him what really changed, because EVOS Divine is actually one of the toughest team that people has been expecting them to qualify sooner than this. Do you think that the change is actually because they're finally being motivated, being pressured, or what exactly shift them into becoming the EVOS Divine that they are now this week? And he said that, well, the previous week was just like a drill for us. The real performance of EVOS Divine, the real power will be shown during the grand final. So let's just see. Let's just hope EVOS Divine can finally secure the ticket and go to Vietnam alongside RRQ Kazu as well as Bigatroni Sports. Okay, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations once again. Tepuk tangan dong survivors. A round of applause for EVOS Divine and their amazing performances tonight. We're gonna go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
I mean, that was a damn good show from EVOS for sure. A total dominance. And now the old man Neptune understands exactly why I crafted the theory. This is exactly what EVOS wanted from day one. They never wanted to qualify early. They just wanted to waltz into the final week and show them exactly who's boss.
Look, they played so well to the point that my computer just decided this game was too hot. It was too spicy, and it decided to just, it's gone. Condolences.
Denley's glue wall is talking.
Yes, my glue will just speak. All we need to do is make its mouth move and then it'll be absolutely perfect, AJ. But no, seriously?
Danny.
What?
I got a question for you.
Yes.
How many years ago did you take this photo? You tell me the truth.
Okay,
This was right out of college, all right?
No, it wasn't out of college.
I'm just playing with you.
Are you trying to tell me something, AJ?
this was before the children.
It was before the children, I will say that.
I see the non-mama glow. it's the kind of glue wall that might blind people once you pop it out of the
Wow,
battlefield.
thank you, sir.
EVOS, they had a damn good day, right? They dominated and they performed phenomenally well. But the more surprising one was definitely Visaka Sriwijaya. I did not expect to see them in the final circle. I did not expect them to walk away with that second spot, Daddy.
No, I don't think anyone expected them to actually walk out into second spot. But look, we have to also consider the circumstances that led them to that second place. I feel like this was probably one of the only games today where they just weren't harassed, pressured. They didn't have a top tier team sort of hounding their behind as well. So if you have the right circumstances sort of align, I think that's sort of where VSJ came out on top in today's game in particular.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you see, the plays were so phenomenal, your camera died, so...
Yes. This might be a very expensive fix, and I'm probably going to have to bill EVOS for this, so...
Neptune said you got A124, your camera got A124, probably your computer...
It seriously did, like, oh my gosh. I'm shocked, guys.
It couldn't stand your beauty. The comeback from Danily was just too much for your camera. Jokes all aside, I mean, jokes are never put aside on this broadcast when the Pistachio is here. It was a crazy good day for Indonesia overall. Even Visaka Sriwijaya managing to save their face, I can say, towards the very final lobby, towards the very final circle, is decent enough. But how far did they manage to climb the leaderboard? I don't think too high because I didn't see massive numbers on their side.
No, I didn't see massive numbers on their side either. So I think at most they were probably... We also have to do the math to offset everybody else, right? In terms of their points. Am I being generous when I say maybe somewhere between 5 to 8 points? Am I being generous here?
You're all right. Your radar is in the right place. You used your binoculars very well. Yes, it's about 4 to 5 points. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's going to launch them up the leaderboard too much.
No.
But I actually forgot. I was so sad. For a moment there, my heart was broken. I thought we were not going to get to see Yunsul. But chat just reminded me, we still have got the LBS. We've got the live broadcast segment. Yes, that's what S stands for, segment. I know it took me a while. It took me only 6 weeks to figure out exactly what LBS means.
The struggle is real, AJ. It's okay. I sympathize with you. Oh boy. So I guess we're sort of waiting for that segment, but I think everyone is now kind of wondering what's going to be happening moving forward. Now, just in case anyone is confused, because we're going to have to keep reminding people, I think some people are going to think this is the same old format. This weekend, the format is different, okay? The top #1 team after the end of today's play day is not going to make it to the next stage. We have 2 more play days. That's right. So Saturday and Sunday, these teams still need to play. At the end of Sunday's games, we will be taking the top 6 teams from that leaderboard, and they'll be progressing to the next stage of the tournament. That is how this weekend is playing out. It is not the top 1 anymore. It is the top 6 after Sunday. So even though EVOS is sitting pretty at the top at the moment, it could still change. Like, yeah, I think, would we say at this point that EVOS is probably almost guaranteed their spot already just because of their current lead on that leaderboard? It almost feels like they're reaching that point of critical mass.
I think EVOS was guaranteed a spot in the finals the moment we knew they were going to be part of FFWSC, right? So there's just no way in hell I can imagine a season where EVOS does not qualify for the finals. EVOS may not win the grand finals, but EVOS is sure as hell going to qualify for the grand finals play, mainly because they are a team that is able to execute their plan. Some teams try to stay quiet, but they still get snuffed out before getting to the final circle. How many teams do we know can be so consistent in terms of maneuvering, in terms of avoiding engagements and getting to that final circle game after game after game? EVOS is one of those capable squads, so that was pretty much guaranteed. But the bigger question is going to be, how many teams from Indonesia does manage to squeeze themselves into the top 6. I assumed Visaka Sriwijaya, because there were some days where Visaka Sriwijaya was like almost at the number 1 spot. I assumed Visaka Sriwijaya would be so much better than this. This version of Visaka, I don't know. I'm just confused with what's happening to the team.
Yeah, I think everyone is a bit skeptical at the moment. I mean, you've still got 2 more play days for them to sort of really show their stuff. Maybe it's a team that just needs a little bit of time to wake up. It does happen. Like, we've seen certain teams need 1 to 2 play days to sort of find their footing, and then all of a sudden you think, wow, this is a completely different roster compared to the first play day. So let's give them a chance. Still got the weekend, but it looks like the LBS is ready. AJ, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, so we're gonna hop on
Last
over.
broadcast segment. No. Live broadcast
it
segment. There
again.
you go.
Survivors, make some noise! We won today's challenge, y'all! Not only it was Divine, finally able to secure Team Booyah today, we also managed to win the LBS challenge of the day. I'm here with EFOS Divine. You can see all their happy faces, the smiley faces of EFOS Divine, because we just won the 50-point challenge. Ini kan dibilang happy faces, kenapa malah jadi sedih? Why are you guys looking sad? You guys won the challenge. Why do you look so sad? You just won the challenge.
Why you so sad, Ray? I'm tired, bro. You tired? Yeah, me too, bro.
Everyone's tired, but at least you guys showed an amazing performances. Apa capeknya karena menghadapi tim-tim yang levelnya di bawah kalian? Apa gimana nih? Are you guys tired because you have to
Are you
face?
tired for what? I play with Todak.
What is that?
With brain, with brain.
So you just start
Good.
with English, and then it gets converted
And you
to
tired of what?
English.
Bangun pagi salat Jumat.
Waduh!
Good.
Kacau.
And
What are you tired?
Habis salat Jumat makan bakso.
I asked them why are they exhausting. Emkan belum jawab. Apa kalau kamu apa?
Makan bakso terus ngopi.
Iya, kembung banget tuh kayaknya. I asked them why do they say that they are tired. The questions are kind of funny. So one of them said that they're tired because they've been playing with their brains and that took a lot of effort, a lot of energy. Some also said that they're tired because they just did a Friday prayer and then go eat meatballs afterwards. So yeah, that was EFOS Divine, always full of jokes, always full of energy. Ada nggak yang mau disampaikan ke tim-tim Vietnam nih hari ini? Soalnya kok kayaknya hari ini aku kerja banget ya, interviewnya tim-tim Indonesia terus. Is there anything you'd like to say to the Vietnamese team? God, atau siapa? Ray, Kochel, siapa nih?
I'm good, say something. Come on.
Come on. Pakai gerakan dong, come on-nya gitu dong. Come on-nya pakai gerakan dong. Gimana come on?
Respect.
Oh no, respect. Oh ya udah, kalau gitu, so basically what he wanna say to the Vietnamese team is only come on. But they have also prepared a special pose for the other teams tonight. Apa special pose-nya hari ini gimana yang udah disiapin tadi? Udah
Rasha
janjian?
want to roar.
Oh, there you have it, the special pose. Kalau selebrasinya tadi katanya udah disiapin juga. Siap-siap ya. Siap-siap ya. So they also have a special celebration and they're going to show it to you in 3, 2, 1. There you go. Full of respect for the other teams that are still competing and trying to secure a ticket to the grand final. Okay, so that is it. That is our interview for tonight. They're feeling themselves, obviously, because of the booyahs that they keep getting tonight. But now, it's time for us to see the other team, the losing team. And we're gonna go to Malaysia first, I think, to see how they do the consequences, how they do the punishment. Take it away.
Selamat malam teman-teman yang Indonesia. Dan sekarang ini sudah pasti kita accept the challenge. We accept the challenge from Indonesia. We have player from Expand Rian dan juga we have also from Todak. That is Trap. Then finally in the middle we have Vamos. That is the one and only Raja. So we accept the challenge. We'll take the challenge. Let's go boys. Turn around with the emo. Let's go. Yeah baby. Come on. Give it up. Come on. That is. Come on, show to the nation that we are very,
The chicken
very,
dance.
very taking up the challenge. Yeah.
There is nothing more disgusting
Nice. Here we go. This is the challenge. We accept the
and
challenge.
embarrassing
The boys
than
doing
a
it.
chicken banana dance. This
And indeed, they're giving
is
you the mommy
utter
emote.
They're just missing like a hat.
All right, so now we have
What's up with Raja?
already
Why
done
is he always got
our
the
challenge. So let's
drip thing
go.
on his hand?
Throw to Thailand.
Alrighty. Yes, I made it, guys. Okay, unfortunately, we lost.
Yes, I made it, guys.
She's like so casual. It's funny.
Okay, guys. Since you already know the challenge, how about the punishment? Do you guys know that? What's the punishment for today? รู้ไหมว่าวันนี้บทลงโทษของคนแพ้คืออะไร นั่นก็คือเต้นมา มิวสิกมาเลยค่ะ 3 2 1 พร้อมยัง พร้อมยัง
พร้อมแล้ว
ไปเออ
There's the music, man. Cue the music.
ไปต่อ
music.
อย่าหยุด
Oh no, this is even more embarrassing. There you go.
กดได้อะยังกดเหรอ
ดันโอเคเก่งมากมา last question is there anything you would like to say to EVOS since you lost this challenge to them มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึง EVOS ไหมไหนๆเราก็แพ้เขามา
ก็เดี๋ยวไว้แก้มือพรุ่งนี้ครับ
Ooh, we'll come back tomorrow เฮ้ยแล้วคนอื่นๆล่ะฝากว่าอะไรจ๊ะ
อีโวตเล่นเก่งมากครับเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้ไว้เจอกันใหม่ครับ
EVOS is so good and I'll see you guys tomorrow hey next one
ก็เก่งมากครับ
มีเท่านี้เลยเหรอ เก่งมากครับ copy paste มากเลยนะวันนี้ Okay he said you guys are so good too อ่ะของเราคนสุดท้ายละมา ไม่เอาเก่งมากนะ
ดีมากครับโหดมากเลย
Okay they all say the same things that EVOS is so good they're super good at aiming right now let's
She's
see
not buying
how
it. She's
our
like,
Vietnamese
right.
friends got the moves let's go
Hello everybody! As you guys can see, EVOS is the winner in this bet because they achieved 50 points first, so that's why every other region we have to receive our consequence. So, here we are! Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là MC Yosu và bên cạnh mình đây chính là Thanh Nhã, Khavi và Glam. Và tất nhiên là hình phạt của chúng ta ngày hôm nay đó sẽ là phải nhảy một điệu, bởi vì EVOS là đội tuyển đầu tiên đạt được mốc 50 điểm cho nên là họ đã chiến thắng, và tất nhiên là những khu vực còn lại sẽ phải trả kèo, và có bao gồm chúng ta ở đây một lần nữa. Mọi người muốn phỏng vấn hay trả kèo trước ạ? Sao cũng được hết.
Sao cũng được.
Vậy thì chắc là mình sẽ dành sự vui vẻ đến cuối để mọi người mình sẽ phỏng vấn trước nha. Okay, so let's start with our interview. Because today Indonesia is very dominating. What do you guys think about them and everything today in our tournament? Thì bởi vì ngày hôm nay là Indonesia đã rất là áp đảo ở trong ngày thi đấu đầu tiên. Thì cảm nhận của mọi người tổng quan về ngày thi đấu đầu tiên như thế nào vậy ạ? Và cảm thấy như thế nào về Indo hiện tại?
Mình cảm thấy các đội Indo khá là mạnh,แต่mình còn cải thiện nhiều về mặt đi bo và tâm lý. Tụi mình cũng thấy EVOS và Onyx khá là mạnh. Kiểu họ nghiên cứu khá là kỹ nên chơi rất là tốt trong ngày hôm nay. Mình thì y chang hai bạn kia.
Ngắn gọn quá. So for Thanh Nhã from Cao Esports, he said that we feel like today our team is a little bit split out and we need to practice more into the tactics playing in the circle because we feel like we are kind of bad at it. But for Kabi, he said that he has a praise to Onyx Olympus because today they did a very good job and Kabi sees Onyx is a great opponent to them. And for Clam, as a media, he feels the same with two of them. Okay, so our next questions, because today, you know, we kind of play good. Actually, today Vietnamese play is really good. But do you feel any difficulties from every team just keep fighting each other? Thì ngày hôm nay á, là chúng ta cũng thi đấu rất là ổn chứ mọi người, đâu có tới mức đâu. Thật sự ngày hôm nay thì WEG là cháy nhất rồi đúng không ạ? Nhưng mà có rất là nhiều cái trở ngại ở đây là tại vì cả 5 đội tuyển Việt Nam nó quá là đông đi, cho nên là bọn mình dễ va chạm nhau. Thì mọi người có thấy là mình gặp bất lợi gì từ cái việc này không? Xin ý kiến của huấn luyện viên Thanh Nhã.
Mình thấy cái này không bất lợi tại vì trong đây ai cũng hiểu nhau nên bắn chắc cũng dễ hơn.
Vậy còn Kabi thì sao?
Theo em thấy thì bình thường, tại vì vô trận đấu thì ai cũng là kẻ địch như nhau.
Tôi nữa à? Tôi thì em thì em thấy cũng đó là một lợi thế của cho WC.
Cái gì lợi thế của?
Khi mà Việt Nam nhiều.
Trời ơi, xéo sắc quá à, Clam ơi, thật sự. So for Thanh Nhã, he feels like because our gameplay is very similar to each other, so that's why we can recognize. But I think it's not a problem at all. But for Kabi, he feel like because this will lead to some of the problem because we are Vietnamese and we are too crowded and we easily get fight into each other. So it might cause a little bit trouble. But I think for my team, they will all pass it. But for Clam, he said that more Vietnamese team is more advantage for WAG. Wow. Well, okay. How confident you are that you can get the ticket to the final? Mọi người tự tin bao nhiêu % là mình có thể vào được chung kết ạ?
Mình thì 60%. Mình thì 80%.
Mình thì 99%.
99% thì 1% để đâu rồi ạ?
1% để lại cho huấn luyện viên Mai mình.
For Gao Esports, it's 60%. For Heavy, is 80%. And for WEG, is 99%. 1% left for our Magaming coach. Okay, so chúng ta sẽ đến với màn trả kèo ngay bây giờ nhé mọi người. Ok mọi người ơi, con hổ kêu sao vậy mọi người? Con hổ kêu sao vậy? Meow. What does the tiger say? Con hổ kêu sao vậy? Có lẽ lại có Clam.
Meow.
Meow. Okay, let's jump into our consequence now. Xin mời mọi người theo dõi 3 điều nhảy xuất sắc của thế giới. Chỉ có ở Việt Nam mới có.
Does no one know how to dance? This doesn't look like a consequence.
The hell kind of a punishment is this? They're all having fun.
I know, it just don't look like a punishment.
Ok, cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi nhé. Và chúng tôi sẽ hẹn gặp lại các bạn vào ngày mai. Thank you for following us. See you guys again tomorrow.
Okay, 3 things. First of all, the host needs to be involved in the LBS punishment in the future. That is my request. Second of all, this does not look like a punishment. It looks like a celebration. They're all dancing and laughing and smiling. Third of all, EVOS should stop roaring. It's very bad for the brand.
I agree with 1 and 3. For 2, I think for the Malaysian teams it did look like a punishment. So for everyone else,
it looked like a punishment because they were sad with their own performance. That was the sadness in their faces. Not that they had to dance chicken banana.
That was the punishment, and just salt on the wound. But the Vietnamese teams, I think they were kind of enjoying themselves. So I think we have to rethink the punishment for them.
I mean, because Vietnam did well in the overall grand scheme of things, but I also need to iterate that Abi in the YouTube chat is correct. That did not look like the chicken banana dance at all. I think Vietnam got that totally wrong.
Yeah, I don't actually know what the dance is, so I would love to know what this chicken banana dance actually is supposed to be.
Wow, again?
Jeez, Rasya, well done.
Yeah, 5 eliminations, 6 knockdowns, 3,025 on the damage. Iris on the prowl. And he is the main sniper of EVOS. And obviously with a main sniper lineup here, you've got everything that you need to absolutely wreck your opponent's chances. Mark them, tag them, drop them, snuff them out. Moro... Moko and Maro and Raphael in the mix as well.
Come on, AJ.
Yeah, I blame the chicken banana for this.
Costa accidentally gets punished and is involved in the challenge.
Well,
Big game this time though for EVOS. They finally decided to go all out, and not too shabby at all. 14 eliminations plus the booyah here.
look, it was Kalahari. I think these are probably very normal stats for EVOS, especially if they're playing on a map that they're very familiar, very comfortable with. I mean, the region in general just really likes Kalahari. So just to see these numbers on EVOS, I think this is already a sign that EVOS are kind of back to their quote-unquote normal. But they aren't really being held back by anybody. They are being allowed to thrive and sort of play their own game. So this is the EVOS that we all know and love. And if you're a fan of EVOS, you should be very grateful that they are back here. We are going to show off our key players for our final game of the day here, folks. So we have X4 for WAG with 7 eliminations. Joel from Best J ending the round with 4,000 damage. And then we have Coach Shield ending with, if I remember correctly, that was 7 assists. Was it 7?
I mean,
I don't remember. Lots
It's
of
all right.
assists. There we go.
Lots, yeah, exactly. Lots of assists. WAG on the second spot, but EVOS, of course, with the delightful booyah. But look at this jump by WAG, right? They only clocked in 6 placement points, but managing to rip away the second spot because nobody else on the double-digit elimination.
This is where having that high-risk, high-reward play of going for eliminations, it can really pay off. I mean, we've seen this time and time again before where if a team struggles to get placements, if you can make bodies hit the floor, make those bodies hit the floor because those are going to be some really valuable points for you. But to end the day here, folks, okay, this is the round standings for just day 1. This will continue on to day number 2. EVOS ending the day with 117 points, a massive lead over Onyx Esports, who was sitting in second place with 96 points. After them, though, it's WAG with 77. So you can already see there is a massive point difference between top 1 to top 3, and then as you can see going down it gets smaller and smaller. So at the moment, okay, this is just an update for day number 1. We still have 2 more play days. If we just went off of this list, we would have EVOS, Onyx, WAG, Heavy, Flash and Expand proceeding to the next stage of the competition. But because we have 2 more days, there is still a chance for our teams in the bottom 6 to pick up those points and put themselves in that top 6 list.
Amen. And this is exactly how we get things done. 3 teams from Vietnam in the top 6. GOW and PE, of course, looking to join them. But there's very limited real estate here. And surprisingly enough, we do see Expand squeezing on into the top 6 as well. So that is quite big for the squad. But team of the day, once again, 3 booyahs, 117 total points in the bag, 58 phenomenal eliminations. Team EVOS Divine definitely outshined everyone else.
It was EVOS Day. I think we've all been waiting for this EVOS Day to come. It's just unfortunate that it kind of happened this week, I think. Like, if they got out of the brackets, we wouldn't be seeing EVOS anymore. But, you know, they're here. They're in first place. I think any EVOS fans are feeling pretty happy with their placement because at this point, you can just say that, well, they've kind of almost certainly qualified for the next stage. Like, sure, it could have been sooner, but I mean, we get to watch more EVOS. If you're an EVOS fan, you get to see them play some more. I think that's a bonus for all of us supporters and viewers.
I'm going to Riptide Rhythm Danley at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages.
Wow.
Thank you so much for watching. This glue wall's about to get broken down shortly. You guys take care.
Thanks.
Tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see you there.
No, don't throw the glue wall melter. No, AJ, please. No.
We'll throw it. Bye, guys.
No.